Chapter 61. The monsters in this game were generally divided into three categories. First, the common monsters. They made up more than 90% of all monsters. Almost all the monsters belonged to this category. They were pretty much fiendish beasts obsessed with killing humans. Second, the elite monsters. Also known as elites, these creatures were selected from the general monsters. In the lore, they had survived for a long time and accumulated experience, making them significantly stronger than their counterparts. Their levels were adjusted to a higher scale and they received various stat bonuses. Some of them even evolved into semi-boss level entities, also known as named. In cases where the boss monster did not appear, these creatures took on the role of the stage boss. And lastly, the third category, the boss monsters. These were the real monsters, quite different from the previous two categories. They were typically the commanders leading their respective monster legions, often high-intelligence entities with leadership abilities. But more than their high intelligence, their overwhelming power posed the bigger problem. As the pinnacle of a legion, they possessed an immense power that was impossible to fathom for a single entity. Therefore, Roar, the spell to summon a boss monster, although one-time use, was treated like a cheat key. The boss monster I summoned, a giant steam golem, let out a ferocious rumble. Thump dash, thump dash, thump dash. Subsequently, it single-handedly started charging towards the approaching golems, about 50 in number. If the approach of the 50 golems felt like a high wall closing in, then this creature's charge felt like an island cleaving through stormy seas. Monsters are typically programmed with the primary directive to kill humans, but they are unusually sensitive to traitors. The gaze of the Golem Legion turned all at once to the boss golem. Roar! Roar! The sight of these massive golems charging at each other was beyond surreal. Was this a super golem showdown? In an instant, they approached each other, just before the point of collision. Bam dash! They clashed abruptly. Glove fragments and broken parts scattered into the air. The boss golem rampaged like a lion who had rushed into a pack of hyenas. Every time its long, thick arms and legs, akin to ancient temple pillars, cut through the air, the enemy Golem Legion shattered one by one, rolling grotesquely on the ground. But no matter how much a lion rampages, hyenas don't retreat. The Golem Legion was 50 units strong. Even if they were weaker individually, their sheer numbers gave them a collective combat power that far surpassed the boss golem. Roar! Roar! Even as they were crushed under the boss golem's fist, the rock golems and steam golems desperately reached out, trying to inflict as much damage as they could on the boss golem. Their efforts soon paid off. Crack! Creak! The boss golem's fingers were bent in a grotesque direction and dangled limply. The moment the fist made contact, the hit golems counterattacked. The boss golem, stunned for a moment, was swiftly climbed upon by the other golems. The Golem Legion began to scale the body of the boss golem, starting to apply force to rip off its armor. I swallowed a dry gulp, observing the scene. It was like watching a mantis being devoured by an army of ants. I never expected the boss monster to defeat all of them from the start. No matter how much the boss steam golem was a powerful entity, the enemy Golem Legion was also a large monster. Furthermore, there were 50 of them. One can't beat them all alone. While that buddy attracted as many enemies as possible and grabbed their attention, we should take this chance to escape. The 36th stratagem is the best. Ha! Evangeline, who had been gaping at the sight of the monsters fighting each other, questioned me. I nodded my head. That guy is a one-use tool anyway. While it's buying time, we need to escape. I didn't come here to win. I came here to survive with her. I pointed at Evangeline's leg. How's the leg? I can walk. It's still difficult to run at full speed though. Then let's run. Eek. A broken leg can be fixed, but there's no remedy for a lost life. I took another standard potion from the batch I brought and poured it onto Evangeline's leg. SSSSS. A cloudy steam rose from the bandage and the sprained area. Evangeline gritted her teeth and bore the pain. Let's go. Yes. I led the way, and Evangeline closely followed me. The direction was north. That's where the horse I had tied up was. Ugh! But before we could even take a few steps, Evangeline turned around, gasping for breath. I looked back as well. Grrr! Magic stone golems. 2 magic specialized golems were floating in midair, aiming their arms at us. It seems they are targeting us since magic attacks do not work well on the boss golem. Thump! 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 That was not all. About 10 golems, scattered widely to avoid the boss golem, were running towards us. Damn it! I clicked my tongue. They're not letting us off easily. Magic attack! Incoming dash! With a flash of light, the red beams shot out by the magic stone golems headed towards us. Evangeline put her arm around my shoulder, lowered my posture, and then raised her shield to deflect all the flying beams. Bang! Boom! The light beams that were deflected off the shield's surface exploded in the surrounding ground. I grumbled. Lowering the posture is a good thing, but does it have to match your height? My back already hurts. Well, who's that tall? Then stand up straight and take all those hits. Arguing is fun, but the magic bombardment is a threat. I hurriedly issued a new command to the boss golem. Attack the magic stone golems as a priority. Roar. The golem boss, surrounded by the golem legion, was battered, a glint flickering in its cyclopean eye. Its gold-tarnished arms rose, aiming at the floating magic stone golems in midair, and it fired a beam of magical light from its fingertips. The 2 magic stone golems that had noticed the anomaly changed their target to the golem boss as well. Ping! Beeping! Boom! Soon, beams of magical light showered each other like a storm in the distant sky. I whistled sharply. Good, no more magical attacks coming this way. However, my speed had significantly decreased while dodging the attacks. And in that brief moment, the pursuing golems almost caught up with us. Grrrr. A rock golem that had chased us all the way to our back roared hideously and charged. Damn it! Evangeline, who had clicked her tongue, leaped into the air while running, spun halfway in midair, and thrust her spear backwards. Thud! The shining tip of the spear precisely pierced the chest of the rock golem, and upon contact with the magic core, a huge explosion occurred. Bang! As the golem exploded into pieces, Evangeline pulled out her spear, used the recoil from the explosion to spin halfway in reverse. Evangeline, who landed facing forward, continued to run by my side as if nothing had happened. Her fluttering hair following the trajectory of her body was the only proof that her previous maneuver was real. I clapped spontaneously. Wow, that was incredible.
Don Sudenly compliment me.
Evangeline, weak against compliments, blushed. I would have liked to keep teasing her, but there was no time for that. Thump! Boom! The other golems were closing in rapidly. There was a limit to how much time we could buy with Evangeline's tricks. Where the hell is the horse? Right there. I reached forward. The horse I brought was tied to a tree not too far away. Nay! The horse neighed in fright at the sight of the golems chasing us and started to struggle. It seemed like it was about to run away on its own. Just stay still for a moment, buddy. Let's run away together. That's when it happened. Ping! Beeping! A red beam of light flew in and struck near the tree where the horse was tied. Boom! A terrible explosion and smoke obscured my view. What dash! When I hastily looked back, I saw one of the magic stone golems raising its hand towards us. Even while being battered by the golem boss magical attacks, it had managed to suppress us. This damn creature! Damn it! I looked forward again. When the pillar of fire subsided, there was no trace left of the tree or the horse. We stopped. Evangeline, her face pale, slowly looked up at me. Do we have any means to escape? We have a plan B. To be honest, I didn't have high hopes of escaping safely. That's why plan B was my original plan. What's plan B? What do you think? I turned around. The golems we had been fleeing from were right on our tails. With a lucky strike held in my hand, I smirked. Kill them all. What? All these golems? Just the 2 of us? Are you out of your mind? It's our only chance of survival. Crossroad is a 30-minute ride away. On foot, it takes around 2 hours. And in 2 hours, these monstrous beasts could easily catch up with us and kill us. I glanced down at Evangeline. It's do or die. So, what do you say? Arg, damn it. Evangeline, following my lead, spun around and raised her shield. I patted her on the back. Good. Evangeline, I'll instruct you on our tactics. Bam! The onrushing steam golem's fist hit Evangeline's shield. Suppressing a groan, Evangeline clung to her shield. Your primary focus should be on defense. Only use your spear when your damage save is full. Got it. Then who's going to attack? I will. I flexed my left hand and lunged forward. My fist struck the golem's chest plate. Ding! Lucky Strike activated. And on the edge of my vision, the slot started to spin. What would it land on? Ding! 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 072. 72 damage. Groan. The golem's chest armor burst apart, and riding the momentum, I thrust my fist inside, yanking out the magical core. Thud. The golem, with a hole blasted through its chest plate, fell limp to the ground. I nodded. Just like that. What's the principle behind that punch? Principle? Aside from the blessing of Arengasus, there's nothing else. Groan. Thud. 2 more rushing stone golems met the same fate. Evangeline defended, and I finished them off with a lucky strike. The problem arose afterward. Ruhr. 2 steam golems, one from each side, attacked simultaneously. In a hurry, I gave directions. Kill the one on the right with damage payback, and block the attack from the left. Got it. Evangeline followed my instructions faithfully. A glowing spear pierced through the golem on the right in an instant. Simultaneously, her shield took the blow from the left. I swung my left fist at the chest plate of the blocked golem. The slot started spinning again. Ding. 0. Units place 0. At that moment, I had a bad feeling. Ding. 0. Tens place 0. It was the same sensation as during the 777 punch. My gamer instincts were screaming. Something was off. I should run away without looking back. But the slot was already spinning. And finally, the hundreds place number. Ding. 0. 0, 0, 0. Ah. So it finally happens. Damn. Chapter 62. When strategizing for this type of game, there's one unchanging rule. Depending entirely on luck will inevitably lead to failure at some point. Let's consider an example. Suppose there's a magic spell that strikes an enemy with a hit rate of 50%. If you proceed in the game relying solely on the effectiveness of this magic spell, can you really make it to the end? For a while, you might be lucky with the magic hitting continually, making the game easy to unravel. But eventually, you're bound to slip. And at that moment, the game could end. Whether it's 1% or 99%, probability never fails to betray the player. Those who aim to strategize must not depend on luck. Strategy must be conducted in the realm of certainty. Even though I knew this well, I continued to swing for a lucky strike. I thought it was the best tactic to pull the pre-opened cards to the limit. And this was the result. 0, 0, 0. You are doomed? Rest in peace. Fumble. It seemed like it would come up at some point, and it finally did. 0, 0, 0. The worst hand. A fumble. Thud. Just after the slot stopped, my left hand was shattered. Ugh. I gritted my teeth and bore the pain. My entire left arm was literally in pieces. The bones that pierced through the flesh were gushing blood. The pain was so severe that I hallucinated sparks flying before my eyes. This is the price of a fumble. The attacker, myself, receives a substantial amount of damage. Sensing something strange, Evangeline, who had been blocking the golem, flung it far away and looked at me. Her face quickly drained of color. Senior, your left hand. Don't make a fuss. I was prepared for this. I took out a high-level healing potion with my right hand, bit off the cork, and poured it on my left arm. Hiss. Arg. Steam rose from my left arm. The wound was healing. The bone was knitting together, accompanied by a terrible pain. Damn, it really hurts. The emergency treatment is done, but I won't be able to use my left arm for a while. Catching my breath, I signaled to Evangeline. Buy me some time. Just 10 seconds. Can you do it in just 10 seconds? You need more rest. We're fighting for our lives here. There's no time for rest and whatnot because of a mere injury like this. Here they come. Rumble dash. The 5 pursuing golems charged at us. Damn. Back off. You stone brutes dash. Gritting her teeth, Evangeline stood in front of me and blocked all the attacks. Evangeline must be running out of strength too. But there's no choice. Just buy me a little time. I reached behind with my right hand, grabbing the long load I had been carrying on my back. Relying on luck will inevitably lead to failure in strategy. I know this well, but the reason I swung for a lucky strike despite knowing this is simple. I had insurance in case my luck failed. Whip dash. I unwrapped my pack. A long, thin, beautiful black rifle was revealed. There's a reason why I, a right-handed person, had to inevitably use lucky strike with my left hand. Holding the barrel with my broken left hand, I grabbed the handle of the magic gun with my right. The butt of the gun was firmly against my right shoulder, aligning the sight with my line of vision. Crouching my posture, taking a breath, I pulled the trigger. Bang! With the tremendous firing sound, I was jolted backward. Flames burst out from the muzzle like a firecracker, and the magic bullet shot within that blaze blew away the body of the golem standing at the very front without leaving a trace. The magic bullet didn't stop there. It penetrated the upper body of the guy behind him, then exploded from the chest to the head of the one behind him. 1 shot, 3 kills. It was because they were lucky enough to stand in a straight line, but it made a spectacular scene. Evangeline, who didn't understand what was happening, was gaping. Even the remaining golems were stunned by the current situation. They stopped for a moment. What is that? It was a few seconds later when Evangeline yelled out. I responded nonchalantly. It's my second lottery ticket. The SSR grade magic gun, cast from the magic core of the Black Spider Queen. Black Queen. It was Damien's, but I took it in a hurry, because I have to use all the cheating I can at this point. Use the variable of lucky strike as much as possible with my expendable left hand, and if my luck runs out, decisively strike with this gun. That was my strategy. The magic gun is a difficult weapon to handle. It's sensitive and hard to aim, so the farther the enemy is, the more the hit rate drops. But if you shoot at close range, especially if the opponent is a golem or something of that size, even for a character like me with pitiful stats and absolutely no aptitude for shooting, you can obviously hit. Serving in the military on Earth is helpful at times like this. I wondered where I would use what I learned about shooting guns, but thanks to it, I could manage to shoot somewhat with the fragile body of the Crown Prince. Bang! I fixed my posture and fired 1 more shot. This time, only 1 got hit. It was slightly off, but it didn't matter because half of its body was blown away anyway. The recoil is like a cannon. Not only my injured left arm, but my whole body is creaking. If I use this weapon, it'll get bruises all over my body. Sorry again, Damien. The last golem tried to charge at me, but Evangeline stepped in between and stabbed with her spear and hit with her shield. Clank! When the last one fell, I let out a long sigh. Phew! Absorbing the recoil of the gun with my body, my left arm felt completely numb, as if paralyzed, void of sensation beyond the pain. There's a mountain of things I'd like to ask, but I'll just ask one. Evangeline approached me, asking with an exhausted face. What are you going to do now? I told you, I'm going to kill them all. I gestured towards their main base. I'm heading back to the mansion. There are a few more insurances I can use in that mansion. That ruined mansion? Evangeline followed my gaze towards the mansion. It wasn't too far. The problem was the remaining golems swarming on the other side. The boss golem I had summoned was already neutralized. Enemy golems stood atop the fallen boss golem. They were tearing off the remaining armor of the boss golem, destroying its magic cores one by one. If we want to survive, we have to kill all of them here. If those creatures were to pursue us, we would die before reaching Crossroad. We have to end it here. As if sensing our gaze, the golems began to look in our direction one by one. Upon seeing this, Evangeline shivered, her shoulders trembling. I checked the remaining ammo of Black Queen. It was a 7-shot magic gun and I had used 2 shots, so I had 5 bullets left. Enough. Nodding, I began to take step by step forward towards the mansion of Margrave, swarming with them. I don't know anymore. Evangeline, with a tearful face, clung to my side. Now, the Golem Legion began to slowly approach us, leaving the neutralized boss golem behind. I opened the system window and brought up the skill list of the summoned boss monster. The skill at the very end. The ability I had paid the most attention to since I first summoned it. You did well, my summon. I calmly gave the command. Now self-destruct. As my words fell, the single eye of the fallen boss golem dyed red. Goo! The Golem Legion seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere and quickly turned to look at the boss golem. But it was already too late. Quakwang dash. Bang! Booming. A grand explosion erupted, accompanied by a deafening noise that made my ears ring. I calmly watched the massive pillar of fire rising, while Evangeline, seemingly without the energy to be surprised, just widened her eyes. Well done, giant steam golem. You've fulfilled your role. I silently praised the boss monster. Goodbye. I hope they all died with that. I activated the map drafting feature. With a sensation like scanning the surroundings, a dotted map appeared at the corner of my vision. The number of remaining enemies. Let's see. 17 left. I couldn't see due to the smoke from the explosion, but the map doesn't lie. I quickly counted the remaining foes and swiftly took Evangeline's arm to lead her. Let's go. We need to get inside the mansion before they regain their senses. We started sprinting towards the mansion. We were both nearing our limits, but the mansion was soon within our reach. That's when it happened. Buzzing. Flash. A streak of red light whizzed past us, cutting through the dense smoke. Evangeline, who was shielding me, deflected the attack with her shield. Ping. The most troublesome one is still alive. That's always the case. The damn ones always live long. A stone golem revealed itself amidst the billowing smoke. Despite being smothered in the suicide blast of the boss golem, the stone golem was functioning just fine. Its strength truly befitting a sub-boss. It seems his friend is dead, though. That's some good news. Another stone golem was rolling on the ground, shattered into pieces. It was the one that killed our horse earlier. It seemed to have been hit hard by the suicide blast. Serves it right. Ping. Beep beep. Boom. As we sprinted towards the mansion, we had to deal with the magical bombardment unleashed by the stone golem. It was now within arm's reach. Crack. Just then, Evangeline's shield got a large crack, sounding like breaking glass. It had taken too many hits and its durability had been completely exhausted. And it shattered when she kept using it to defend us. No way. Following that, a single streak of red light flew towards us. Evangeline blocked it with her cracked shield, and the shield burst into golden particles and fragments right after. Clatter dash. Ugh dash. Evangeline brushed off the fragments from her left arm while lifting her cavalry spear with both hands above her head. Red streaks of light rained down on her. Ping. Beep beep. Boom. If there's no shield, you use a weapon to defend. It was a sensible decision. If you don't block, you die. Her cavalry spear deflected the magic attacks splendidly. But the cavalry spear is a weapon. It's not equipment for defense. If it keeps taking attacks like this, crack, it inevitably gets damaged. Clatter dash. Soon, even her cavalry spear shattered into pieces. The streaks of light that followed were all blocked by Evangeline, who wrapped herself around me. Arg! Evangeline! It's fine, hurry! To the mansion. The mansion was right before our eyes. Supporting the almost collapsing Evangeline, who had taken the hit, I dashed and threw ourselves against the back door of the mansion. Thud. As we rolled into the building, we pressed ourselves against the wall immediately. Smash. Ping. Beep beep. Bursts of light continued to pour in, shattering the windows. Although the wall was offering temporary cover, we couldn't hold out for long in this situation. So, as you instructed, we've arrived at the mansion now. As she pressed her hand against her injury to stem the bleeding, a pale-faced Evangeline asked with difficulty, "Do we have a good plan to overcome this situation, Senior?" "Just trust me, Junior." With a wry smile, I dug my hand into my pocket. I may not be a prince on a white horse, but my pocket was linked to my inventory, and I pulled out what I had been searching for. I'm a not-so-bad trickster. In my hand was a magic core. It was a standard high-grade magic core, SR, I had obtained from our last free exploration. I hurled it towards the inside of the mansion. Then I cried out, "Summon! Summoning magic! Automatic defense tower. All required materials are prepared. The level of the summoned entity matches the level of the summoner. You can only maintain one summon at a time. Please designate the summoning location." I was going to use everything I could. I curled the corners of my mouth into a smug grin. "Do you think it'll go down here, you monsters?" Chapter 63. The materials to summon an automatic defense turret were a magic power core of our rank or higher, and construction materials such as stone and wood. I had an SR-ranked magic power core, and as for construction materials, I have a lot of them. The golems were kind enough to smash my mansion to pieces. Bricks and wooden planks were scattered everywhere. I tossed the magic power core into the mansion and shouted, "Summon! GR. Immediately, the debris from the surrounding buildings shot up into the air. Clang! Rumble! Clunk! The soaring stones and woods broke apart and started to form a structure, falling like Tetris blocks onto the gaping hole in the roof. Sensing something strange, the stone golem began to cast magic at the turret under construction. Boom! BRRRMBMBM. Yet, despite the constant barrage of light beams, the automatic defense turret was completed through sheer determination. Particularly, the barrel was completed first. Clunk! The gigantic cannon-like barrel aimed at the stone golem, and the next moment. Boom 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 dash! The muzzle belched fire. The stone golem dodged swiftly, but the ensuing magic bullets severed its right arm and leg. Groan, oh! With a scream-like operating sound, the stone golem plummeted, crashing relentlessly. Next, the automatic defense turret swiveled its barrel. It aimed at the golems approaching from the opposite direction. Boom! Boom boom boom! Dozens of azure magic bullets poured out. The golem that was in the lead turned into a honeycomb and immediately exploded.
Kaboom!
The remaining golems ceased their advance and hastily retreated. It seemed they realized that continuing on would result in their destruction. I've been feeling it for a while, but why are these creatures so intelligent? The basic intelligence of the monsters in this game should be to relentlessly charge the shortest path to kill humans. Such movement in a situation where there's no significant commanding entity. Still, I finally got a breather. As I confirmed the retreat of the creatures, I exhaled a long sigh. It seems we've finally entered a lull. You really have all sorts of strange tactics, Senior. Ugh! Evangeline let out a pained groan. I quickly went to her side and sprayed a standard potion on her injuries from my inventory. It feels like I'm going to drink all the potions I have for my life today. As I handed her the remaining potion, Evangeline, who gulped it down in one go, asked with a worn-out face, "What's next?" "Wait until sunset," I muttered, watching the sun still hanging above the horizon. "When the sun sets, I can use my other insurance." It was already late afternoon. Although the sun set late in the land situated at the southernmost point of the continent, night was imminent. All I had to do was wait until then. And then, arg! At that moment, Evangeline clutched the wound on her shoulder. Groaning in pain, it was the part that took the most damage during the earlier attack. Even with the potion applied, blood was still flowing. "I'll look for something like a bandage. Wait here." I got up and surveyed the interior of the building. It was a total wreck, but there were some usable items around. This place used to be the kitchen of a villa. Shattered liquor bottles lay all over the place as the cupboards and display shelves had collapsed. The sharp smell of alcohol permeated the air. I found a clean cloth from a drawer and used it to bandage Evangeline's arm. Evangeline, who had been struggling for breath, scrunched her brows. "By the way, why is there so much alcohol around? The smell is intense." "Well, because the Margrave of Crossroad was a hardcore alcoholic." "What?" Evangeline's sharp eyes widened, and I blinked back at her. "You didn't know? Your father was no joke. He practically lived drowning in alcohol. There's no way. The father I remember hadn't even touched alcohol all his life." Evangeline muttered with an uneasy voice. "He said he must always be on full alert, as monsters could invade any time. He never took a single sip." I let out a bitter laugh. "A lot seems to have changed in the 3 years since you left." He was terribly tormented. He couldn't last a day without alcohol. Evangeline's pale lips tightened. Feeling pity for the little girl, I asked cautiously, "Do you still hate your father, even after all this?" "Yes." She replied immediately, "I still can't forgive him. If your father had chosen to save your mother instead of protecting the city 3 years ago, would you have forgiven him?" "I probably wouldn't hate him as much as I do now. But you were in the city at that time." Evangeline's eyebrows twitched. "If your father had left to save your mother, then you would have been in danger instead. He could only defend one side with Crossroads troops at the time. Your father didn't abandon your mother. He chose to protect you. You know that?" "Yes, I know." Evangeline bit her lip slightly and mumbled, "I know my father did his best. He always did. I know that. But still." Evangeline slowly bowed her head. "Then who am I supposed to blame?" I blinked in surprise. "What? My mother was torn apart by monsters, and I'm so angry and sad that I'm going insane. But there's no point in hating the monsters. They're just accidents, disasters. So who am I supposed to blame?" Evangeline covered her face with her hands. "I know it's cowardly to look for someone to blame instead of hating the monster that killed my mother. It's cowardly. But if I don't blame someone, feels like my heart will burst from. It was not unlike a natural disaster, an uncontrollable monster. They resent the living human who would take responsibility before their eyes, because it's easier to hate someone than to forget sorrow. My father was willing to take the blame for not going to save my mother. It was his fault, his responsibility. So I hated him freely. And now I'm supposed to forgive my father? Because he really did his best? Because he did it to protect me?" Evangeline's small fist pounded the ground. "So if it's not my father's fault, then whose fault is all this?" "No one is at fault," I said calmly. "We're all just trying to survive. No one has evil intentions. Everyone's just desperately trying to live their best lives. But monsters attack and people die.
Femilisti, Frensti, Commodisti.
We can't help it. Humans are weak. To survive, we need someone tangible to blame. Not to hate, but to live. The people here need someone to blame. Someone to take responsibility for all this hell. So now, I knelt in front of Evangeline and gently stroked her head. "Blame me." Evangeline, who had been looking at the ground, looked up at me with wide green eyes.
Pardon.
"Let me take over the blame from your father. I am now the Lord of Crossroad." I tapped my chest with my right hand. "I am the one responsible for this place. There's no need for you, Senior. There's no need. But if this is also the burden that the Cross family has carried all this time, it is only right that I, the new Lord, take it on. I'll be the one to blame. So, try to understand your father a little. He only wished for your happiness." I ruffled Evangeline's hair roughly. Seeing the ashen face of the girl, I let out a quiet laugh. "So, I am also going through all this trouble to save you. Evangeline stared at me for a while with a speechless look in her eyes, then opened her mouth. I. Just then. Godash. A mechanical noise echoed in the distance. Evangeline and I turned our gaze towards it at once. The golems were moving between the collapsed buildings. They were surrounding the mansion broadly. Evangeline quickly stood up. They're surrounding us. Tsh. If only we had a bit more time. The automatic defense turret has a fixed amount of ammunition, and the directions it can fire at one time are also limited. If they surround us and come in all at once, the automatic defense turret will be powerless against attacks from the blind spots. Having realized this, the golems had surrounded us. These bastards, they're really smart, huh? If they rush us all at once, we're done for. Then what should we? We strike first. The remaining number of the bastards was a mere 16. No, 13, since one died from the automatic turret earlier. Even if they surround the villa in a full circle, their encirclement would inevitably be thin. There's a possibility to break through. I picked up the magic gun, Black Queen. Our only option is to break through their encirclement by attacking one side first, then eliminate the remaining bastards one by one. I briefly glanced towards the west. The sun was gradually setting. It's almost night. The chance I had been waiting for is coming. The opportunity to use one of the 2 insurance policies I have left. Evangeline showed me her empty hands. But I don't have any weapons. It was a shame that she had just destroyed 2 SSR grade set equipment pieces she had brought from the dungeon. It was indeed regrettable. With a bitter taste in my mouth, I motioned to the outside. There's the backup equipment. Huh? I don't carry backup equipment. Not you. It's here. Really? Did Dad store weapons in this villa? No, not exactly. With a smirk, I gestured towards the orchard in the backyard. I buried it a few days ago. Evangeline, who had been blank for a moment, suddenly opened her mouth wide. You don't mean that? Clank. Thud. The heavy weight stepped on glass fragments, making a noise. The sound of golems slowly tightened their encirclement. They carefully approached the villa, pushing through the rubble of the destroyed buildings. The automatic defense turret placed in the center of the villa emitted a threatening mechanical sound as it rotated its barrel. If an enemy enters its range, it will fire without a 0.1 second delay. The golem's encirclement gradually tightened, and the moment the range of the automatic defense turret and the golem's encirclement overlapped. Thudududum. The cannon of the automatic defense turret spewed fire first. The leading golem was turned into a rag doll under the shower of magical bullets. But there were still 12 more golems left. Thududum. Thudududum. The golems charged all at once towards the automatic defense turret that was incessantly showering them with magical bullets. The automatic defense turret managed to turn 2 more golems into honeycombs in an instant, but that was it. By the time it rotated its barrel to find the next target, the remaining golems had already clung to the defense turret. Crack, creak, groan. The golem's violent punches quickly tore the armor apart, and the cannon that was vomiting magical bullets to the end was ripped out in an instant. Quagwang. The magic core shattered into pieces, and the automatic defense turret exploded. Taking down a single golem caught in the blast was the last accomplishment of the automatic defense turret. That's enough. It worked. Charge dash. I watched until the last moment as the golem bastards tore apart the automated defense turret.
Tot.
Evangeline and I dashed out of the villa building simultaneously. Guo! The golems disassembling the automated defense turret all turned towards us at once. Without hesitation, they rushed after us. Keep running, Evangeline. Don't look back. Shouting to Evangeline, who was running ahead, I aimed the barrel of my magic gun behind us. The golems had quickly caught up, almost on my heels.
Tukwang.
Black Queen spewed fire. A golem, torn apart from head to chest, fell backward. Without wasting a moment, I fired another shot to the side.
Tukuk.
My aim was off, hitting the lower half of a golem this time. It collapsed to the ground, looking grotesque, with everything below its thigh blown off. It wasn't what I was aiming for, but it was incapacitated nonetheless. Just a bit more. I have my last insurance policy up ahead. Tukuk.
Tukuk.
Tukwang dash. I fired relentlessly, not sparing any bullets. I managed to take down 2 more, but 1 shot completely missed. It didn't matter. I only needed to buy a little more time. Soon enough, we reached the backyard orchard. The tombstones of the Margrave couple were erected there. Evangeline, who had run ahead of me, kneeled beside her father's grave. She started digging into the earth with her hands. Desperately, Evangeline began to excavate a space right beside the grave. In no time, a wooden box appeared from the mound of dirt. She quickly opened the box. Inside, there was an old cavalry spear and a shield, the weapons used by generations of the Cross family. And on the day of her father's funeral, at Evangeline's request, these were buried together with the Margrave. With her dirt-covered hands, Evangeline tightly gripped the worn-out cavalry spear. Chapter 64. 3 years ago, the day Evangeline left home for the capital, the Margrave, following his daughter, handed over his cavalry spear and shield to Evangeline. They were family heirlooms passed down through generations. Though old, their quaint appearance and durability were unparalleled in the region, making them prized relics. And they were the relics Evangeline had desired ever since her childhood. Take them, the Margrave tersely uttered. They'll serve you well. Clang dash. However, Evangeline threw the spear and shield her father offered onto the ground. I don't need them. I won't take such a thing. After casting a sidelong glance at her father, a stern-faced Evangeline boarded the carriage. The Margrave, looking at his spear and shield rolling on the ground, slowly opened his mouth. Evangeline. Evangeline thought her father would yell at her in anger. The north is cold, especially the capital, where the winter is harsh. But he didn't. Don't catch a cold and keep yourself warm. Whenever you want, you can come back. His voice trembled. Evangeline didn't respond, simply closing the carriage door. Soon, the carriage set off, and Evangeline, sinking into the seat, briefly looked back. Her father stood there, alone. He continued to stand until his daughter disappeared from sight, right to the end of the road. With her dirt-covered hands holding the worn-out cavalry spear and shield, Evangeline bit her lip hard. The spear and shield were heavily worn out, just like her father, who had aged rapidly after losing her mother. In her childhood, she had found these relics so cool. Her father's back, silently grabbing his relics and leaving home whenever monsters attacked, couldn't have been any cooler. How did it come to this? How?
Grrrr.
The golem chasing her roared fiercely. Ash shouted urgently, Evangeline, hurry! Evangeline hastily slipped the shield onto her left arm and grasped the cavalry spear in her right hand. Then she asked, You said we had insurance, Senior. Yeah, we do. Then get it out quickly. I'm at my limit. I can't hold on much longer. I've already used it. Prince Ash had his uniquely cunning, confident, and exceedingly handsome smile. It's right here. Ash's forefinger tapped Evangeline's forehead. You are my last insurance. Evangeline blinked in disbelief. What? Come on. Get up. My insurance sheep. Wield your father's relics, and fight as he taught you. She wanted to argue, but there was no time. The golem was practically breathing down their necks. Evangeline clenched her hands around the shield and spear. As if finding its long-lost master, the relic fit perfectly in her hands. Then, for some reason, you hold the spear like this and the shield like this. Memories of a time spent with his father briefly crossed his mind. The time of her very childhood. That moment when she first learned to handle a spear and a shield. Gritting her teeth and bolting upright, Evangeline charged at the oncoming golem, thrusting her cavalry spear. Boom! The golems, battered from the ongoing battle, weren't in perfect condition. The worn chestplate, tattered and torn, was ripped open in a single blow from the old cavalry spear. Evangeline struck the now exposed magic core with her shield. The golem crumpled like crumpled paper, falling at once. After that, for more charged at her. Evangeline's green eyes sparkled, holding a flash of light. Was she mistaken? The enemy's movements seemed to slow down. She saw the glaring weakness in the enemy. She instinctively knew how to step, how to match the tempo. Boom! Bang! Crack! Flash! It felt as if a path had unfolded before her eyes. Thunk! Thud! Wham! Bang! Block! Stab! Block! Stab! Block! Stab! Block! Stab! In an instant, she blocked 4 times and stabbed 4 times. Her refined movements, quick as lightning, incorporated defense and attack. When Evangeline came to, the 4 golem warriors were shattered into pieces, crumbling to the ground. Ha! A stunned gasp escaped Evangeline's lips. The backlash from the intense movements with her injured body came late. Biting down on the pain that surged throughout her body, Evangeline recalled the sensation just now. What was that? Clap? Clap? Clap. Then she heard applause. Looking fiercely to the side, Ash was smirking, clapping his hands. Great job, insurance sheep. I told you I had faith in you. Senior. That just now. What exactly? Evangeline stared down at her trembling hands. It felt like I saw some path. What is this? Well, that's because your weapon is your personal equipment. The characteristics apply even without upgrades. That's the effect. Personal equipment, upgrade, characteristics, effect. Evangeline blinked in confusion at the incomprehensible words. But one thing was certain. Prince Ash knew the identity of this strange sensation. Ahem. But more importantly, we have something more urgent right now. Ash, flustered, pointed to the sky. The last one. Hovering in the air was the last of the stone golems. Despite having lost its right arm and right leg, it was still ready to fight. The gathering of red magic at its remaining fingertips was visible. How should we do this? It's too high, our attacks don't seem to reach. The stone golem hovered at a height of about 10 m. But they had no long-range weapons. Ash had run out of ammo for his magic gun. Evangeline could at least hurl a spear, but if she missed or if it was dodged, she would be left empty-handed. There is a way. Ash gave a wry smile. Despite the situation, Evangeline thought unknowingly how confident he was to be able to smile like that. The prince always has a bag full of tricks. Ash looked at the western sky. The sun had almost set. Night was about to fall. Evangeline, this is the final order for today. Speak. Run straight at him. They'll knock him down. Evangeline decided not to ask how he would knock him down. She follows when Ash gives an order, because she has realized that it is the most rational and has the highest survival rate. I'll go. This is the end. Cheer up. That cheer, it's too old-fashioned. With a kick, Evangeline rushed forward. Ping. Fizzing. From the stone golem, the annoying red beam poured out. Perhaps because it only had one arm, the magic attack was much weaker. Thud dash. Crash. If there's a problem. The problem was that Evangeline was also extremely exhausted. Still, she ran. Kicking the ground with her convulsing legs, she headed straight forward, towards the space occupied by the monster. It was then. She had a similar feeling to before. The optimal path to run while avoiding enemy attacks appeared in her eyes. What is this feeling? With her shield firmly held up, Evangeline ran along that path. The moment Evangeline charged, the stone golem wildly showered magic. But Evangeline managed to reach right below it without even a scratch. Well done, Evangeline. And when the stone golem's attention was completely focused on Evangeline, in that gap, Ash, who had run towards the stone golem from the opposite side, took something out. This is checkmate. It was a torch with blue flames flickering. Ash threw it as hard as he could at the stone golem. Whoosh dash. The sun had completely set by then. Under the dark sky, the blue torch soared high, emitting light, fizz, and soon fell powerlessly below. It didn't even hit the stone golem, let alone reach its feet. It merely cast a blue light over the golem before going out. Thud. The sound of the torch hitting the ground echoed feebly. A silence fell. Not only Ash and Evangeline, even the stone golem stood frozen awkwardly. Bewildered, Evangeline, who had been silent, opened her mouth. What on earth? That moment. Flash. There was a flash of light from far away. It was from the walls of Crossroad. And a few seconds later, screeching, explosion. Suddenly, the chest of the stone golem burst open. What? Evangeline stared in disbelief. The demon bullet flying from the far-off city of Crossroad had pierced right through the chest of the magic stone golem. A shot fired from Crossroad? Had it been fired from such a long distance following the signal of Prince Ash? It's impossible. It's not something a human can do. It's physically impossible. Amidst her disbelief, Evangeline heard Ash's loud voice. What does it matter? It's a one-time chance. Evangeline, the magic stone golem, caught completely off guard, was falling. Ash reached out his hand and shouted, "Finish it off!" Whoosh! Before she knew it, Evangeline found herself following the man's command. She charged at the falling magic stone golem, took a step forward, and jumped into the air. Dash! With all her might, she thrust her spear. Thud dash! The worn-out knight's spear of the Cross family emitted a dazzling white light and pierced the air, and passed right through the magic core of the last golem. And thus, this long and dreadful battle ended. Thump! Crash! Pieces of the destroyed golem fell in all directions. Evangeline, having thrust her whole body through the golem and landed on the other side, soon collapsed forward. Ah! Ha! She felt as if she could die from exhaustion. Without exaggeration, she lacked even the strength to lift a finger. As she finally lay flat on her back, the world spun around her and Prince Ash appeared in her vision. Ash sat down beside Evangeline with a tired smile. You worked hard, Ace Jr. I never thought you'd actually do it. Is it really over now? At least here, yes. They had indeed defeated 50 large monsters by themselves. Although the secret weapon Ash had brought out was from outside the game, it was still an incredible feat. Senior, you're amazing. You managed to do something this impossible. No one would believe it even if we told them. Ash shrugged nonchalantly. Let's keep this as our own little war. Evangeline's eyes began to close. Can I pass out now? Could you keep going if I said no? If that's an order, I'll endure. With half-closed eyes, Evangeline strained to speak. Ash reached out and gently closed Evangeline's eyes. You can sleep, kiddo. Rest easy. Good night, good night. With her energy drained, Evangeline closed her eyes. Soon, everything was swallowed by darkness. Chapter 65. Evangeline had fainted, fallen to the ground. Can't blame her. She had fought despite being injured all over her body. It was impressive that she hadn't passed out sooner. I took off my cloak and draped it over Evangeline's body. It was getting colder. I would need to start a fire soon. Where did my torch go? Across the way, I spotted the fallen torch with its blue flame. It hadn't gone out. Good. I picked up the torch and drew a few big circles above my head. It was a signal that we were safe. Damien would understand if he saw it. Then, a moment later, flash, a light twinkled from the direction of the fortress. It meant they'd received our signal. And the subsequent signal that came, flash, 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 3 flashes. It was a signal that they had successfully defended. It seemed like they managed well on their side too. Phew! Only then was I able to breathe a little easier. Relief drained the strength from my body. I stood, legs shaking, barely holding myself upright. It seemed like this situation was finally coming to an end. I really scraped the bottom of the barrel. I had 2 insurance policies left at the last moment. One was Damien's covering fire. From here to Crossroad was about 12 kilometers along the road, roughly 10 kilometers as the crow flies. Considering that the longest confirmed sniper kill on Earth was 3.5 kilometers, asking for covering fire at 10 kilometers was insane. Even if he could see the target, the bullet wouldn't physically reach that far. But if Damien can see it, he can shoot it. The farsight adjustment transcends common sense. Even so, I can't ask him to do something like this often. This one shot alone must have been a tremendous strain on Damien. But I had asked anyway. It was that urgent. Just one shot. We had agreed to signal with a blue torch after sunset, so Damien could recognize it. The result? Excellent. I'd have to give him a lot of praise when I return. And my last insurance was gathering firewood and lighting it with the torch. I glanced to my side. Evangeline, having lost consciousness, was snoring softly in her sleep. She was my last insurance. To be exact, the set of equipment designed specifically for Evangeline, which I'd stashed here, was my insurance. From the hands of the unconscious Evangeline, I carefully removed the spear and shield. The options appeared before my eyes. Cross-family spear, SR, LV.30. Category, cavalry spear. Attack power, 25 to 30. Durability, 3/30. Needs repairing. Exclusive weapon for the character Evangeline Cross. True abilities unlocked upon upgrading. Cross-family shield, SR, LV.30. Category, shield. Defense power, 25 to 30. Durability, 2/30. Needs repairing. Exclusive armor for the character Evangeline Cross. True abilities unlocked upon upgrading. Set effect, Heir of the Cross family, February 2nd. Exclusive set effect for the character Evangeline Cross. When this character equips both items simultaneously, she gains the unique trait Crossroad. Every SSR grade character has their own unique equipment. These are usually equipment related to the character's story, with unique traits or effects. They either amplify the strengths of the character or compensate for their weaknesses. That's why SSR characters are especially good. Although there are excellent heroes even among SR grades, ultimately, due to the presence or absence of unique equipment, SSR grade characters become stronger. So, speaking of Evangeline's unique trait identical to the city's name, this Crossroad thing. Crossroad, exclusive for Evangeline Cross. A trait blossoming from the karma accumulated by the Cross family who protected people by killing monsters. In any combat environment, you can find the optimal path and move accordingly. Activating this continually consumes MP. The path tread by the Cross family. The accumulated experiences of all ancestors of the Cross family. This is the crystallization that blossomed during Evangeline's generation. In any combat environment, she can always make the best move. Evangeline said she could see the path ahead. Although the description is complicated, it's simply a self-buff. When this mode is activated, combat efficiency increases by about 2 times. Evangeline isn't a character with a large mana pool, so she can't maintain it for long. In the game, once you got Evangeline and increased her loyalty, she'd automatically find this set equipment. I didn't expect they'd bury it in her father's grave this time. I was taken aback when I first saw them burying it. Well, we were planning to forever remove her from this front line, so I left it alone. Now that the situation has come to this, there's no other choice but to make full use of it. Thanks to that, we managed to finish the battle. I glanced at the grave of Margrave Cross, next to the tombstone, horribly dug up. It's for saving your daughter, so you won't be angry, right? Oh dear, my back. Fatigue swept over my body, and a subtle pain started spreading from my shattered left arm. If it gets treated later, it's gonna hurt really bad. I wonder if the city is unscathed. In the distance, flames were visible on the city walls. They said they handled the signals well, but it seems the battle isn't over yet. They must be dealing with the remnants of the golems. They'll manage. Objectively and coolly viewed, the city's forces are more than sufficient. There are Lucas, Jupiter, Lily, and Damien. We've prepared defensive equipment and artifacts with blood, sweat, and tears over the past 2 weeks. The condition of the city walls is also perfectly repaired. Even without me, they would have done fine. I had to believe that. I had to trust my party members. Let's rest for a bit. I stretched my hand towards the campfire and began to doze off. Exhaustion rolled in like a wave. I started dreaming. In the dream, I saw a young child lying in a hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask, head shaven, and asleep with eyes closed. Beep, beep. The rhythmic sound of machines echoed. I stood beside the bed, silently observing the child. Beep, beep. Only the repetitive sound of machines filled my ears. Beep, 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 beep dash. Gasp. I awoke from my dream in a sweat. It was still dark, still night. Judging by the stars in the sky, some time had passed. Ha! Something warm made me turn, and I found a cloak covering my shoulders. Wasn't this the one I gave to Evangeline? You're awake. A snarky voice came from up front. It was Evangeline. She was slowly collecting firewood. When did she wake up? Are you feeling any better? After getting some shut-eye, I'm somewhat better. Not dying, at least. How about you? Considering we took down 50 golems, I feel surprisingly light. I gritted my teeth against the pain in my left arm and chuckled. Evangeline snorted. You don't need to act tough. Is that for you to say? Humph. Evangeline tossed the collected firewood into the fire. The flames quickly grew stronger, spreading warmth all around. Evangeline put her hands deep into the pockets of her torn jacket and exhaled. Sigh. Are we gonna have to camp out here tonight? Looks like it. We can only go back once the situation in the city settles down. I wonder if everyone there is okay. They're probably better off than us. You don't need to worry. Just then, a thunderous sound rumbled from Evangeline's stomach. Almost simultaneously, a feeble sound came from my own stomach. Evangeline glared at me. What now, girl?
Im hungry.
So am I. You're a great cook, you know. You graduated from the academy, too. You should at least know how to prepare a camp meal, right? Evangeline then suddenly raised her hand. Rock. What? Seriously? Are we really going to decide this way? Paper. Wait. I don't know the rules around here. Does rock beat scissors? Scissors beat paper, and paper beat rock? Scissors. I showed scissors, and Evangeline showed rock. Evangeline puffed her chest out in victory. Darn it. I overthought it, wondering if the rules of rock, paper, scissors might be different on this planet. They're the same. Grumbling, I headed back to the villa and rummaged through the kitchen cabinets, gathering a few things before returning to the campfire. Here, what I had brought was a glass and a bottle of whiskey, and a bag of dried fruit. Evangeline didn't hide her disappointment. Is this all? We should be grateful we even have this in this mess. The liquor is mine, and the bag of dried fruit is for you. Evangeline, taking the bag of dried fruit, quickly popped one into her mouth. She then suddenly spat it out with a start. Ugh, Tui. It tastes awful. What is this? It's the fruit your father harvested. At my words, Evangeline froze in her spitting pose. The Margrave was chewing that every day. Really, it was damn stupid of you, old man. Evangeline, hesitating to pull out another piece of dried fruit, threw it back into her mouth. Her face changed color as she crumpled and then smoothed it out repeatedly. In the end, she managed to swallow it without spitting it out. Ugh! It tastes horrible. Panting with her tongue out, Evangeline gestured towards the glass in my hand. Give me a drink too. My mouth is so dry I need to drink something. This is alcohol. You're underage. What does it matter? I've been through hell and back. Evangeline looked rather solemn. You said it earlier, senior. Try everything you haven't tried. Waste your life without regret. Now I know. Holding back when you want to do something is stupid. I'm not going to hesitate anymore. I'm going to do what I want. Evangeline waved her hand towards the whiskey glass. Fine. Just give it to me already. You're barely past puberty and already eager to. I poured a small amount of whiskey into the glass, handing it over. Just a sip. Evangeline, taking the glass, closed her eyes tightly and downed it in one go. Good for her. Phew! She exhaled oddly, as if she'd seen it somewhere. This whiskey is strong, are you okay? Really? It tastes horribly. Well, figures. Both the fruit and the whiskey, they taste awful. Evangeline, handing back the glass, touched her forehead with her hand. Already getting tipsy from her first drink, her face quickly flushed. Did Dad eat and drink this every day? And he protected this city in this state for 3 years? Chewing dirt and drinking dust. Even if you want to turn your back and run away, you don't, and you do your job every day. Pouring myself a drink, I chuckled. That's what it means to be an adult. I don't want to be an adult. Haha. Goo. But there's no Neverland in this world, and every Peter Pan must let go of Tinkerbell. Everyone becomes an adult. I didn't utter such a harsh truth. It was something the girl before me had to realize on her own. With her heated cheeks cradled in her hands, Evangeline began to murmur in a softened voice. Yeah, it's true. I knew. What? I knew that my dad left the house secretly every night to spend his time here, at my mom's grave. Evangeline slowly turned her head. The tombstones of the Margrave couple stood side by side. Even when he chose to inspect the advance base instead of attending the funeral, even when he didn't cry out loud, he was weeping in his heart. I knew that's how my dad was. The small hands of Evangeline slowly covered her young face. I still hate my dad, so I wish he were here, so that I can hate him freely, so that he could scold me for being a bad daughter. I hate it all now, holding resentment by myself, missing him by myself. Her monologue gradually turned into a child's whine. I miss them. Mom and Dad. I miss them. Evangeline began to sob quietly. I didn't comfort Evangeline. I left her crying alone. In this cold world. In this harsh world. She, herself, had to endure the taste of dirt and dust and learn to survive on her own, as she became an adult. I miss you, Dad. Evangeline, who had been sobbing, eventually fell asleep, drunk. She curled up and buried her face in her knees. After wrapping my cloak around the young girl, I picked up the bottle and the cup and stood up. I walked to the tombstones of the Margrave couple, opened the bottle, and sprinkled alcohol over the graves. I poured the remaining alcohol into my cup and drank it. Feeling the heat spread in my stomach, I slowly turned eastward. The eastern sky was gradually brightening. Dawn was approaching. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop. Under the brightening dawn sky, I could see my soldiers coming from afar. I gave a wry smile and waved my hand. I saw a flash of relief on Lucas' face, who was riding the leading horse. And so, another stage was drawing to a close. Chapter 66. Crossroads City Center. The temple. Having been transported here since dawn, I was getting my left arm treated. I'm not sure how you came about this injury. The temple's priest and Rankar healer, Saintess Margarita, finished treating me and wrapped my arm in a bandage. Every single bone in your left arm is shattered. Thankfully, you gave yourself first aid with a potion, so it didn't lead to a life-threatening injury. After tying me up in a cast, Margarita, who had stepped back, let go of my arm. Even after the treatment is completed, you won't be able to use your left arm as before. Your grip strength will decrease, your wrist may stiffen, among other problems. Is that so? I gritted my teeth. The price of the 000 fumble was hefty. Should I be grateful I'm not a combatant? Anyway, absolute rest is needed. Come to the temple once every 2 days to get treatment. Understood, Saintess. Thank you. After fiddling with my immobilized left arm, I asked a question. Is Evangeline okay? Her shoulder injury is a bit severe, but if she doesn't strain herself, she should recover soon. She's an exceptionally sturdy person. She is a SSR rank tanker. Her recovery ability is incomparable to my frail one. Or is this the difference between a teenager and someone in their 20s? After expressing my gratitude to Margarita, as usual, I generously put a donation in the donation box and stepped outside. Lucas was standing there. Seeing my left arm in a cast, Lucas' face was a complicated one. I smirked. What did I say? I came back in one piece. Ouch! The jerk suddenly hit my left arm. Sparks flew in front of my eyes. Arg! It's painful. What are you doing, bastard? You're not exactly in one piece, are you? Stop bragging. Sure. But that doesn't mean you should hit my injured area. If you have a complaint, use words, you jerk. As I was about to flare up, Lucas made a face like a rain-soaked puppy. What reckless act did you do this time, my lord? Ugh. Stop making that face. I haven't done anything wrong, but I'm feeling guilty. Next time, absolutely do not do anything so reckless. All right. After casually reassuring Lucas, I asked about the most important matter. Did the defense battle go smoothly? I hadn't received a detailed battle report yet. Lucas slowly nodded. As I could not cause any harm to you, my lord, I commanded to the best of my ability. Oh, you too. Lucas explained to me the general flow of the defense battle. He said that within 15 minutes of the start of the battle, Damien had sniped all 3 of the magic stone golems. He finished off the most troublesome foes so easily. Is this what they call a good matchup? For the next 6 hours, they systematically annihilated the remaining nearby entities. After completing the cleanup of the remaining golems, it seemed salvation had finally arrived at the mansion. Even the slightest carelessness in battle could result in unpredictable damage, hence why we concluded it meticulously. I apologize, my lord, for the delay in rescue. There's nothing to apologize for. You did a great job. I patted Lucas' shoulder and asked cautiously, any casualties? Lucas glanced around the temple. He could see soldiers receiving treatment inside. There are 14 with serious injuries, and 128 with minor ones. Any fatalities? None. I froze at his response. To my stiffened self, Lucas emphasized once more. There were no fatalities, my lord. Ha ha. For the first time. For the first time, we cleared a stage without any human casualties. Laughter flowed spontaneously from within me. I covered my mouth with my hand and gave Lucas a playful elbow jab. You did a great job, Lucas.
No fatalities.
Incredible. You might be better at this than me, buddy. Don't say things like that. Lucas maintained a serious expression. While you were gone, everyone was anxious. Huh? Were they worried because I went alone?
No.
With downcast eyes, Lucas spat out his words with difficulty. Everyone who stayed here, without confidence, they trembled in anxiety. I blinked my eyes. What was he saying? When you're with us, my lord, confusion disappears. We can follow your orders with confidence. But yesterday, as soon as you left, Lucas trailed off his words. Everyone didn't know what to do. Many thoughts raced through my mind. If it was because my commands were precise and efficient, that would be good. However, I thought about the possible side effects of my passive skill, the unyielding commander. My passive effect provides immunity to mental status abnormalities. I initially thought it simply protected against status abnormalities inflicted by the enemy during battle. But that wasn't the case. People around me not only didn't experience fear or confusion, they also remained mentally stable. Simply by being nearby, their minds seemed to find peace. What am I, aromatherapy? However, looking at it from the other perspective, it meant they became unsettled when I wasn't around. Is this just fostering dependency on me? It was a pleasure to be relied upon, but the side effects were something to consider. I remained silent. Well, I don't know for now. But anyway, we've successfully cleared the stage.
No fatalities.
Evangeline and I returned alive. I shouted with gusto, giving Lucas back a hearty slap. Everything worked out just fine, Lucas. No need to worry. I won't be wandering off on my own from now on. Yes, my lord. Lucas gazed at me with eyes as deep as wells. I am your guard. From the moment we met until now, always. Yes. Do not leave me behind, especially when you venture into dangerous places. In response, I patted Lucas's head. Oh, my faithful dog. He's so worried just because his master left once. How are the other party members? Are they all safe? Yes, everyone's okay. Damien bled a little from his eyes later in the battle, though. What, seriously? He said he was fine. He's getting treated at the temple right now. That's a relief. I should visit once his treatment is over. Everything seems to be wrapping up nicely. I cracked a smile. You did great, Lucas. You accomplished great things as well, my lord. Please, rest today. Sighing, Lucas pointed towards the castle walls. I would prefer to stay by your side, but I must take care of post-battle arrangements so you can rest at ease. Ha ha. I'll leave it to you. Yes, my lord. I'll see you later. With a bow, Lucas headed for the castle walls. Watching Lucas grow distant, I eased myself into the carriage parked in front of the temple. Boy, I need to get home and lay down. We certainly won the battle, but the stage clear announcement hadn't appeared yet. There must still be some of the smashed golems crawling around in the mansion. Because they are not living creatures but stone brutes, this happened. The soldiers are searching and confirming kills. Once that process is finished and the last one is defeated, the stage clear announcement should appear. I guess it'll end today. In the Lord's mansion, the inner courtyard. Sitting comfortably in a small pavilion, I enjoyed the sun. Spring is definitely nearing. The day was fairly warm. Tiredness had yet to fully fade, and I was nodding off in the sunlight when, why not take a nap inside instead of doing this here? A sulky voice reached my ears. Blinking my eyes open, I saw it was Evangeline. She stood in the courtyard, her body wrapped in bandages and leaning on a crutch. Considering your age, you might catch a chill and get arthritis. Hey, I'm not that old. You're in your teens and you're boasting about it. Unbelievable. Youngsters these days. Evangeline. Having crossed the garden, Evangeline plopped down next to me. Her platinum blonde hair, bathed in spring sunlight, sparkled like sand gold. The color of gold was the color of the SSR grade, so just seeing it sparkle unknowingly made my mood brighter. Could this be a case of gold fever? Surprised you made it to the dawn alive. Evangeline, who had been staring at the sun in the southern sky with sleepy eyes, shrugged her shoulders. I thought I'd never see this sunlight again. I apologize for making you go through all this just as you were preparing to leave. This stage had been one series of surprises after another. I couldn't have imagined it would cause so much trouble. After you have received all your treatments, take your time to recover. Rest as much as you want before leaving. I'm not leaving. What? At this unexpected comment, my heart dropped. I looked squarely at Evangeline, but the young girl's face was resolute. I thought about it all night. I want to inherit the Margrave title. Do you understand what that means? I spoke hurriedly. It means you would be inheriting the duties of the Cross family. It means you would have to protect this place for the rest of your life. I know. Your father wanted you to leave this place. He wanted you to live freely, as you wish. I'm sorry, but I still haven't fully forgiven my father. Disobeying his will is the last act of disobedience I can commit. Evangeline nodded slightly. I'm a stubborn mule, after all. I smiled bitterly. This girl, Senior, I want to understand my father. Evangeline's gaze drifted toward the southern fortification in the distance. His feelings at that time, his thoughts, his actions, I still don't fully understand. The place her father had once stood and defended. Her gaze towards the front line was firm. If I stand in the same position as my father, perhaps then I would understand. The inner thoughts of that stubborn old man. I'm sorry for going back on my word, but Evangeline smirked wickedly. I want to inherit the title and regain the authority over the territory, as the rightful heir to the Cross family. Evangeline, the resentment and responsibility you're trying to bear, I'll share it with you. Evangeline confidently pointed at herself. I keep saying this, but I'm the top of the academy. I can hold my own in a fight. Of course. She is the noble SSR grade after all. I'll grow taller in the future. I'll become much cooler. She will. A few years from now, she will be a gallant knight. Above all, I'll become stronger. Both as a knight and as a person. Yes. After going through her third job advancement and acquiring her ultimate skill, she, equipped with an upgraded exclusive set of equipment, will indeed become the strongest tank. So, just say one thing. What's that? Let's fight together from now on. Evangeline rose from her seat and stood in front of me. Despite her diminutive stature, she stood confidently, bearing a remarkable resemblance to a knight. I'll protect this city right beside you. The most powerful SSR rank tank, Evangeline Cross, was asking to join my party first. There was no player in the world foolish enough to reject this proposal. Facing Evangeline, who wore a confident smile, I returned her grin and responded.
No.
Haha. All right then, I look forward to... Wait, what? I said no. Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise. Her expression revealed she never dreamed of rejection. I thrust my index finger towards her surprised face and shouted. This city is already mine. I can't give it back. Seriously, I mean it. Do you know how hard I worked to secure this place? How could you ask me to give it up? Do you think I've gone mad? Chapter 67. This city is already mine. Can't give it back. I stuck out my tongue at her. You think I would just give it back because it's originally yours? As if to spit out power as sweet as a candy that's already been in my mouth. What a delusion. This city is already claimed by Prince Ash. Evangeline, with an exasperated expression, froze in place, her mouth hanging open. Her eyes were wide with shock. A chuckle escaped my lips. Perhaps it was time to tease her a bit. But, if you insist on asserting your right as a successor. I lightly tapped Evangeline's forehead with my fingertip. Under the condition that you, as a mere knight under my command, cooperate in defending this front line. Damn! When you become an adult, when you're mature enough to take responsibility for this city. If you keep assisting me diligently until then, and if your feelings don't change until then. I nodded emphatically. I'll give back the position of Margrave and the lordship. All of it. Evangeline, unable to close her agape mouth, suddenly narrowed her eyes. 3 years. Huh? What's in 3 years? In 3 years. No, 2.5 years I'll be an adult. Let's see then. Whether she was heated or happy to have a challenge, Evangeline passionately spoke to me with a subtly pleased expression. I'll earn your recognition, and I'll rightfully inherit both the title and the city. Looking down at such a knightly girl, I curled one side of my lips into a smile. I'll look forward to it, Evangeline Cross. Anyway, the strategy for this game takes about 3 years. What does it matter if I return the city or not after that? I'll just throw a few more tickets at it. We continued our staring contest for a moment, but eventually, both of us groaned in pain from our injuries and sat down on the bench. After sitting silently for a while, basking in the sun, "Can I ask you one more thing?" Evangeline opened her mouth cautiously. I nodded in response. "What is it?" "When I was young, my mother told me." Evangeline's face was distant as she brought up an old memory. That she knew living in this city, marrying my father, and giving birth to me would lead to sorrow and hardship. Even knowing this, she chose this path because of continuity. Evangeline gently shook her small head. What does continuity mean? Why did she choose to live in this city, knowing she would face such an end, for the sake of continuity? She said I would understand when I grew up, but even now I still don't. Is that so? I brought my fingertips together and placed them on the brow of the pensive Evangeline. Pop! I flicked her forehead. With every ounce of sincerity, I poured all my available strength into my fingers. Arg! Evangeline, belting out a monstrous scream, clutched her searing red forehead and squealed. What is it? Why are you hitting me? What's going on? Why are you hitting me? What's the thing that continues? I lifted my index finger and pointed it straight at Evangeline. Stupefied, she stared at me and hissed violently. Hey, what? You hit me and then quiz me. So what's this thing that continues? Ha! My finger, pointing at Evangeline, did not waver. Ha! Only then did Evangeline's mouth slowly open as she realized the nature of the thing that continues. That's right. The path your parents wish to continue. It's right here. That's you, Evangeline. Evangeline fell silent, frozen, as I gave her a sly smile and got up from my seat. Welcome back to the monster front, Evangeline Cross. Rest well for now. From now on, you'll be at my mercy. Evangeline simply sat there, her hand on her forehead, with a blank expression on her face. Leaving the child to gather her thoughts, I stepped out into the courtyard. The sun was shining brightly. The weather was nice. Looking over the sprouting plants in the courtyard garden, I murmured to myself, spring is finally coming. Evangeline still sat in the courtyard pavilion, head bowed low. I think I understand a bit now. Evangeline could faintly grasp her mother's intentions. Her mother had made a resolute decision, despite knowing the pain of losing someone you love, perhaps knowing that she might die a horrible death as a result. Still, she chose to marry and give birth to a daughter. She loved with all her might, to bridge the gap between people, to pass on the thing that continues to the next generation. If there's a single reason humans fight against monsters, maybe that's it. Everyone in this city is living with the same resolution. Evangeline slowly raised her head and looked around. Detecting the onset of spring, sprouts were blossoming from the ground frozen over the winter. Though the stem might wither and the fruit might die, under the frost the flower will wilt and the leaves will decay beneath the permafrost. But spring will come again, and the sprouts will bloom once more from the buried soil. While everyone will die someday, the thing that continues is undoubtedly right here. The Cross family didn't just leave death and dust behind. Evangeline clenched her fist in front of her chest. Despite death and dust, in the end, the Cross family left their last heir, Evangeline Cross, here on this land. I think I understand a little, Mom, Dad. A faint smile crossed Evangeline's lips. I think I understand, just a little, because there was something to continue. People lived on this front line. So Evangeline will not stop either. She will pave the path behind her. Because that is what the Cross family has been doing. No, because that's what everyone living here has done every day. Evangeline, who had risen from her seat, left the courtyard, hobbling with the aid of her crutch. Her whole body ached from the injuries, but her spirit was utterly invigorated. The spring. Finally, it's spring. Stage 3, clear. Stage MVP Ash, EX. Leveled up characters. Ash, EX, LV.25. First job change available. Lucas, SSR, LV.35. 2. Second job change available. Evangeline, SSR, LV.38. 2.
Júpiter, SR, LV.39, 1. Lily, R, LV.23, 2.
Damien, N, LV.33. Injured or deceased characters. Ash, EX. Severely injured. Evangeline, SSR. Slightly injured. Damien, N. Severely injured. Acquired items. Golem Legion Magic Stone, 110. Golem Legion Glove Fragment, 182. Magic Stone Golem Magic Core, SR. 5. The stage clear rewards have been given. Please check your inventory. N Grade Reward Box, 3. SSR Grade Reward Box, 1. Get ready for the next stage. Stage 4. World on the chessboard. Upon returning to the room, the Stage 3 settlement window appeared before my eyes. Huh! In the stage MVP, my eyes widened at the unexpected result. It must have been because I monopolized the achievements in the orchard. I'm not even a combatant, but I got the MVP. Well, let's look at the other results one by one. Since I hadn't participated directly in the defense this time, I intended to carefully review the details. But then, zap! A silver spark flickered from my neck, and I felt a sharp pain in it. As I reflexively clutched my neck, a system window appeared before my eyes. Hey! Necklace, unlocking function in progress. The item that had been marked as? Necklace, which I had received as a tutorial stage reward. The exact name of that necklace was finally being displayed. Necklace of the Rebel EX. Necklace of the player who rebels against fate. You can use the exclusive shop with the achievement points you have accumulated so far. In other words, it seems like it allows me to use the special shop with the achievement points I've accumulated. I don't know why it's called the Necklace of the Rebel, though. The player rebels against fate? It's the first time I've heard such a thing. I wonder if there's some hidden information. After pondering, I set it aside for now and opened the achievement shop. Let's see what's there first. Ding! As I opened the achievement store, tutorial text flowed out. Welcome to the Achievement Points exclusive store. You can purchase various items and abilities that will aid your game with the achievement points you've gathered. Current achievement points: 100000p. Add more joy to your gaming strategy by purchasing appropriate perks. Joy, huh? Aren't they just trying to spice things up? I wonder if there's anything worth using. Muttering to myself, an advertisement similar to a supermarket flyer popped up next. Director's recommendation. Dark Event Tracker. Detects and notifies you in advance when a dark event will occur in the stage. Price: 100000p. Please buy it because it's really recommended by the director. A message that seemed to be desperately written by that guy, Ader, was visible. Did he consider this item particularly necessary? A dark event detector? But what's a dark event? I've never heard of it before. I touched the item for more detailed information about the perk. Dark event. Occurs when? Intervenes in the game. A random event occurs on the stage, adversely affecting the player's strategy. I opened my eyes wide. Could it be? Though the points were considerably expensive, without hesitation, I immediately purchased the Dark Event Tracker. Flash. The necklace flashed once, and the tracker function was instantly added to the system. When I opened the system window and expanded the Dark Event logs, holy shit! Just as I suspected. Every single stage thus far had activated a dark event. Stage 1 designated a horde of the worst starting monsters, living armor. Stage 2 involved the intrusion of hostile NPCs. Stage 3 saw the monsters behaving oddly. Precise, a feint alongside a swift attack. The worst parts of the stages so far had been due to these dark events. Now it's certain. I had thought that the game had suddenly gone insane and the difficulty had spiked. But that wasn't it. None of this is a coincidence. Someone is deliberately trying to ruin this game. The malice I felt was not a misunderstanding. But why? Why would they go to such lengths to ruin this game? Why? I glared into the empty void. Whose malice is it that's disrupting my strategy? Who on earth could it be? Chapter 68. From Crossroad, situated at the world's farthest south, to the distant north. The central part of the continent. Here, one could say, lies the heart of the world. The capital of the ever-black empire New Terra boasts its colossal magnificence. This city, embracing a vast harbor reaching the inner sea of the continent, is the global hub for trade and logistics. People pour in relentlessly, indifferent to the day-night cycle. The ever-expanding size of the city has already matched the territory of a small nation. In the heart of this most prosperous and colossal city, a corner of the imperial palace, also known as the Thornbush Castle due to its row of black spires. Inside the office located in the tallest tower on the west, a man was reviewing documents. Gleaming in his tantalizingly bound black hair was a faint red aura, and inside the frameless glasses perched on his nose, intellectual red eyes sparkled. He is the second son of the Emperor and the de facto leader of the Everblack Empire, entrusted with administering the Empire's affairs. Fernandez Ember Keeper Everblack. His desk was piled high with various documents. Reports awaiting his seal were ceaselessly pouring in from every territory of the Empire. As he was engrossed in scrutinizing the mountain of pressing issues, an aide approached from behind. "Your Majesty, what is it?" Fernandez, without turning around, inquired. The aide carefully began. "Your younger sibling has requested reinforcements again." "Ash." "Yes. They say the monster invasion on the southern front is intensifying daily, and immediate reinforcement is needed." Fernandez, who was rubbing his weary brow after removing his glasses, asked, "How many times has a request for reinforcements been made now?" "This is the third time." Fernandez seemed lost in thought for a moment but eventually shook his head. "Dismiss it." "But, Your Majesty, the situation on the southern front really doesn't seem ordinary." The aide unfurled another paper in his hand and read it. "According to our spy's report, the level of the monster invasion is unprecedented in recent decades, and it's getting worse." I said dismiss it, but Fernandez was unmoved. "We're currently concluding the war with the Bringer Duchy on the Western Front. We have no troops to spare for something like the Southern Front. Although that's true, the subjugation of the Duchy is our priority. If a real problem arises in the Southern Front, we can still handle it later." Immediately after, Fernandez grumbled quietly. "That Ash always whining. Well, he always has been." "Pardon?" "Nothing. Instead, what's the situation on the Bringer Duchy front?" "Currently, our First Army is directly attacking the Duchy's capital. We expect to receive news of its fall within this week." After a moment's hesitation, Fernandez cautiously added a question. "And my elder brother?" "He's at the forefront. No matter how many times I tell him to break that habit." The Empire of Everblack's first prince, Lark Avalanche Everblack. As the commander-in-chief who holds the military power of the Empire, all the knights and soldiers under the Empire follow his orders. Lark, a born fighter and the first prince, enjoyed leading the front lines himself. The same was true in this war, which Fernandez did not appreciate. Regardless of how powerful one's own force is, he is the eldest prince after all. The role of the commander isn't at the forefront but at the command center. "Both my brother and sister only give me heartburn." Quietly biting his lips, Fernandez asked his deputy one last question. "I'm just curious, what about my father?" "He's still in seclusion." "I see." The sole emperor of the empire had been seclusion in for several years. Being holed up in the deepest part of the imperial palace, he would occasionally issue letters in person or call people to his inner palace to quietly give orders. Hence, the first prince handled external affairs, and the second prince took care of the internal ones. As this situation continued, nasty rumors even started circulating that the emperor had fallen ill. This war with the Bringer Duchy was undoubtedly influenced by the emperor's absence. Having thought about his father for a moment, Fernandez waved his hand. "I understand. You may go now." "Ah, Your Majesty, there's one more thing that requires your approval." The deputy took out another paper from his pocket and handed it to Fernandez. Fernandez indifferently took it and read it. "Execution order?" "Yes, it's about the execution of the treason prisoners in the underground dungeon." "Do you approve?" "Of course I approve. These people all committed treason against the Empire, didn't they? The criminals had committed the act of rebellion half a year ago. Of course, it was rarer for prisoners detained in the underground dungeon to be arrested for charges other than treason. How can there be a charge better than rebellion to make my blood boil?" As Fernandez was about to immediately sign his approval of the execution, his hand suddenly stopped. "Wait. Yes. Didn't you say earlier that Ash requested reinforcements?" "Yes, I did." "Send them." "Ah, you mean the reinforcements?"
No.
Whoosh! Fernandez tore the execution approval letter he held in his hand in half. Send these condemned criminals to the monster front line. Excuse me. Ash needs meat shields too, doesn't he? Whether they die by execution or are torn apart by monsters, I think it will be much the same. The shocked deputy objected immediately. But, Your Majesty, these aren't just ordinary criminals. They plotted a rebellion and caused severe damage to the Empire. We don't know what they might stir up if we send them to the south. Ash will handle it. Fernandez was unfazed. Ash is probably desperate for troops. He'll take what he can get, whether it's fresh or rotten. I will write the order under my authority as the Grand Vizier. The execution of these 5 criminals will take place on the southern front, and Prince Ash will be responsible for its execution. Fernandez, who had written on a new piece of paper with his flowing handwriting, smiled with satisfaction. Sending troops because my brother is struggling. I really am a kind and good older brother. Fernandez turned his head to the south. Through the wide window of the tower, the sun in the southern sky was pouring out blinding light. Towards his younger brother, who was incredibly far away, Fernandez whispered quietly, "You think the same, don't you, Ash? My ears are itchy. Is someone talking shit about me?" I vigorously scratched the inside of my ear with my pinky. Why is it so itchy all of a sudden? Well, being cursed is part of my job. I am the lord of this place, Crossroad. The ultimate responsible person. It's natural that someone curses me when a problem arises. Itching ears? I should just shrug it off. Anyway, I looked at the vase in my hand with concern. Is this okay as a consolation gift? The place I arrived at is a temple. It was a building used by severely injured people even in this facility, which heals those who are hurt. Standing in front of the door of the white corridor, I swallowed dry saliva. Visiting someone's sickbed is not something you get used to, no matter how many times you do it. Squeak. I braced myself and opened the door to enter. It was a private room. I had specially requested the temple to leave this patient alone. Who is it? The boy sitting on the bed let out a tiny voice. Looking at the patient with his eyes tightly wrapped in bandages, my heart felt heavy. I put the vase on the table in the middle of the ward and spoke. It's me, Damien.
Ah, Prince.
The patient was none other than Damien. How are you feeling? I moved to the side of the bed and sat on the chair. Damien scratched the back of his head, looking awkward. His brown curly hair was a tangled mess. It's not a major injury. There was no need for you to come. I know you're busy. Don't talk like that. You got hurt because of me. Even though I was speaking in a light tone, my heart was heavy. In the last defensive battle, at my request, Damien performed a long-distance sniper attack. Immediately afterward, he was reportedly unable to see, bleeding from both eyes. It seems that the excessive use of farsight had eaten into his physical durability. I thought it was a temporary symptom, but even after a day, his vision did not recover. Even after receiving healing from the high priest, it was to no avail, so he ended up being admitted to the ICU. Because of you, my lord? No. At my words, Damien, taken aback, hurriedly waved his hands. I acted recklessly on my own. You are not to blame, my lord. You fool. I tousled Damien's hair roughly. Being unable to see, Damien could only let out cries of protest, like ugh, and stop it. As I removed my hand, Damien offered a weak smile. My vision should return after a few days of rest. You don't need to worry. How could I not worry? You are my cheat code, my lighthouse guiding me through this game of horrifying difficulty. No, not just because you're a cheat character. You trust and follow me, you sincerely try to help me. Aren't you a remarkable subordinate? I've pushed you to the point of injury. Feeling guilt, I heavily opened my mouth. From now on, don't overexert yourself. Ha! Well, of course, I'll still make use of you, but I won't make you work to such an extent. I promise. I extended my pinky finger as I spoke. However, Damien softly shook his head. I am your trigger, my lord. As long as I can, please use me however you need. Hey! If killing monsters helps us eventually vanquish them forever. Damien lifted his hand and pressed hard against the bandage wrapped over his eyes. Even if both my eyes burn out, I am more than willing to pull the trigger. So please use me until I am worn out and broken. My lord. Damien still had a faint smile on his face. Because that's why I'm on this battlefield. I couldn't bring myself to say that I wouldn't. As long as he has farsight, Damien will always be used to his limit. As I watched this loyal and pitiful boy, I slowly opened my mouth. Damien. Yes. Do you remember the promise I first made to you? Damien tilted his head. Promise? What was it? That someday I would die to you. Ah. Damien closed his mouth. I continued. You said you hated me for causing the death of your friend. So I said, I would die to you someday. But I asked you to help me just once. It was back during the tutorial stage. At that time, Damien had lost a friend and completely lost the will to live. To get Damien up on his feet, I even used his hatred toward me as fuel. What about Damien now? Do you still hate me? For causing your friend's death? Is that hatred still valid? Damien didn't answer, instead lowering his head slowly. It was a long while before an answer spilled from the boy's dry lips. I. Chapter 69. I. Damien, hesitating, cautiously spoke. I haven't thought about it since. That promise with you, Your Highness. When all the monsters are defeated and peace comes to these front lines, Your Highness, ask me again then. Damien looked up at me with a face I couldn't tell was smiling or crying. I'll answer then, whether I still hate you. That day will surely come, Damien. 3 more years. Whatever form it takes, a conclusion will come after walking the entire path to the ending. And no matter what your answer is then, I will gladly accept it. I reached out and covered the bandaged eye of Damien. He remained motionless. Loyalty and hatred, grace and resentment, the player and the cheat character. It didn't matter what kind of relationship we had. I wished for this little boy who helped me to be happy someday. No matter what ending we met, I could only wish for that to happen. The stage ended and a day had passed into the night. I returned to my room completely exhausted. Oh, my poor body, oh! I was already nursing a ruined left arm. My whole body creaked from harsh battles. But I couldn't afford to rest completely. I had to know the exact result of the defense I didn't attend. The real outcome, something I couldn't know from the system calculation window alone. So I went to look around everything from the city walls to the artifact storage, all sorts of production facilities, and the soldiers at the shrine, and only now had returned.
Im so Tyrant.
I could die. A victory feast was to be held tonight, but I was in no condition to attend, so I just gave a congratulatory speech and came back. Even without me, the others would entertain the soldiers well. Like Jupiter, Jupiter, Jupiter. I trust you, Jupiter. She was a sure talent when it came to alcohol, smoking, gambling, and wasteful spending. You go ahead and liven up the atmosphere and play well with the soldiers. Yawn on. Sitting on the bed, I was instantly overwhelmed by fatigue. I wanted to fall asleep immediately, but I couldn't postpone the tasks for today. I opened the system window. First, class change. In the last battle, 2 of the main party characters reached the level required for class change. I reached level 20, making the first class change possible, and Lucas reached level 35, making the second class change possible. First, Lucas. I opened Lucas' stat window. Let's look at the abilities of our cute SSR protagonist. Let's see. Lucas, SSR. Level 35. Title: The Prince's Bodyguard/Hero. Profession: Veteran Knight. Strength 35. Agility 35. Intelligence 15. Stamina 35. Magic power 20. These stats are insane. His strength, agility, and stamina are all maxed out. If he was born on Earth, he would have probably won several Olympic gold medals. I don't know in what event, though. Lucas had already completed his second advancement and had been promoted to a veteran knight. That meant his second skill should be unlocked as well. I opened Lucas' skill window. Let's check out the second skill. Held abilities. Passive Man of Steel. Ability 1, Soul Strike. Ability 2, Step of Persistence. Ultimate opens after the third job advancement. Lucas' second skill, the Step of Persistence, had been unlocked. It was a skill that granted wings to the SSR rank cheat character, Lucas. Simply put, it was a high-speed movement ability. Once used, it allowed the user to leap approximately 10 meters in a single bound, providing absurd mobility. However, a target was necessary. You couldn't just leap into thin air. Whether it was an enemy, an ally, an object, anything, there had to be something to set as a target to charge towards. Though this restriction existed, the reason this skill was considered overpowered was it had no cooldown. In the game, it could be used every turn. Of course, it consumed a massive amount of MP, but if you wished, you could wreak havoc on the enemy lines alone, playing hit and run. The reason Lucas was considered the cornerstone and the complete form among all damage tank characters in the game was simple. His skill set was powerful, simple, and adaptable to every situation. Tank with the passive. Attack with skill 1. Move with skill 2. Once he learns his ultimate and finishes obtaining his exclusive equipment and specialized build, Lucas will truly become a god of the battlefield. Of course, the journey to level 50 was long and fraught with challenges. Obtaining the exclusive equipment and specialized build was also far from easy. But once you've made it, the reward is worth it. Our protagonist, Lucas. Let's keep up the effort a little more. Imagining Lucas' grandeur, I closed his status window with a faint smile on my lips. Next up, it was me, Ash. From the unprecedented trash start at level 1, I had finally reached level 20 after a long and arduous journey. Thinking back on all the hardships, I felt a pang in my heart. Sobi. The happiness starts after hardship. Ash. Now you'll start unlocking overpowered skills befitting a hidden class. I didn't stop the burning circuit of happiness. I mean, it's a hidden class. The commander class that no one had ever had. Shouldn't there be 1 or 2 cheat skills that would scare the balance and make it run away? I opened my stat window.
ACX.
Level 20. Title Lord of Crossroads / The Crazy Third Prince. Profession, Intermediate Commander. Strength 6, Agility 9, Intelligence 20, Stamina 8, Magic Power 12. Considering all the effort, the stats were surprisingly decent, especially intelligence. Even with the unique 50% reduction on growth debuff of the commander class, these stats could be considered quite good. Enough with the stats, the skill. The second skill. I hastily opened the skill window, shouting with all my might. Did you just get a cheat skill? Own skills. Passive, Unyielding Commander. Skill 1, Gaze of Command. Skill 2? Unlocked after second job change. Ultimate? Unlocked after third job change. I furrowed my brow. A new skill name had appeared. But what was this? Gaze of Command? I hurriedly opened its detailed description. Gaze of Command. Controls the consciousness of anyone who makes eye contact, forcing them to be controlled. The lower the target's magic power stat, the higher the success rate of the skill and the longer its duration. The passive skill, Unyielding Commander, has no effect on allies it is already applied to. Who? Essentially, it was a skill that sprayed mind control magic widely, although its effect was weaker than persistent mind control magic that could last throughout a stage once applied. Nonetheless, it meant that I could freely control the movements of monsters just by making eye contact with them. They'll have to test how much MP it consumes, but this seems surprisingly sweet. Frankly, I was hoping for an explosive active skill. You know what I mean? Since I'm a commander, I expected something big like summoning dozens of cannons for a volley of fire, or summoning hundreds of sand soldiers to control. I had anticipated something spectacular. Well, I still have my second skill and ultimate left. I should pray for an explosive skill to come then. Did they give me this passive skill because of this first skill? I took another look at my passive skill, Unyielding Commander. Unyielding Commander prevents mental status abnormalities in nearby allies. It seemed to block any malfunction of my first skill. There was no need to apply my first skill to my subordinates who follow my orders anyway. Anyway, it's a skill with infinite potential. All kinds of uses for it sprang to mind in an instant. Even though it's temporary and there's a chance of failure, it's still a mind control skill. Its versatility is virtually limitless as long as my creativity can back it up. I'll test it in real combat soon. It seems like I'll need to encounter an enemy to test it. I closed the status window. Next, I took out 4 boxes from my inventory. 3 of them were gray, and one shone with a brilliant gold, a rare SSR grade reward box. I received it as a reward for clearing the last stage. By the Almighty God, an SSR grade box. I looked down at the golden box in my hand and swallowed hard. It's that rare box, the one that's difficult to acquire even 10 times from start to end of a round. And it appeared on the 3rd stage. I hope I get a weapon I can use. I looked down at my cast-clad left arm. During the last battle, while I was swinging my lucky roulette weapon Lucky Strike, it fumbled, and my left arm got shattered. Even after the healing, it will impossible to wield it as before. Rather than relying on luck, I need a weapon that's reliable, practical, and with minimal variables. I'd love to just sit back and give orders, but reality isn't so kind. Moreover, now that I've confirmed the existence of the dark event designed to screw over my game strategy, the difficulty of the game is bound to fluctuate in the future. This means I'll constantly be involved in direct combat. Like the last battle, I might be able to fire magic guns. Last time, I made good use of the SSR grade magic gun, Black Queen. But that was merely a makeshift solution. Even a single magic gun would be better off in Damien's hands, especially a cheat weapon like the Black Queen. There's already a rightful person who can bring out 200% of the magic gun's potential. Using a weapon that can one-shot key enemy units from a long distance like a shotgun is as foolish as putting a pearl necklace on a pig. I need to find a weapon that suits me. It might be wishful thinking to hope that ITLL be here. But since I already have an SSR grade reward box in my hand, I might as well stack one more greed, right? First, I open 3 N-grade boxes. I'm not expecting much, but who knows? Maybe you'll get something amazing. Rewards.
Superior Stamina Potion.
Superior Magic Power Potion. Flame Enchant Scroll. Nothing special. All 3 are consumables. Well, potions are always useful, and the Enchant Scroll has a good effect. Come to think of it, I still have an Ice Enchant Scroll I received as a reward before. I haven't used it yet. I've been saving it for when I face an enemy vulnerable to ice. Anyway, let's keep them all. Now, the main event. Holding the golden box in my hand, I took a deep breath. Phew. Please. Dear Loot God. Please give me a perfect weapon just for me. I shouted and opened the golden box in one fell swoop. Flashing dash. A dazzling golden light scattered all around. The golden light eventually converged into one, forming the shape of a single item. Holding that item in my hand, I opened my mouth slightly. This is Chapter 70. An item from an SSR grade reward box. It was a short staff, too short to be a regular magical staff, almost as if a miniature baton wielded by an orchestra conductor. Could it be? I cautiously held the staff in my hand, examining its stats. Maestro, SSR, LV.35. Category: Staff. Attack power, 35 to 50. Durability, 10 out of 10. Create and control blades of magic power in thin air. The attack power of the blades equals that of the staff. The number of blades increases with the amount of MP used. Direct attacks with this staff inflict fixed damage of 1% of the target's current HP, and randomly apply a buff. Start the performance. Some cruel conductor. It's the real maestro. Whirling the staff in my hand, I whistled in awe. SSR-grade exclusive weapons came with all sorts of unique stats and performances, and among them, this staff had quite peculiar abilities. The base ability was the creation of magic blades. It generated multiple magic blades in thin air and allowed me to throw them at will. There was also an unstated feature. The attribute of the generated magic blades differed from character to character. If Lily used the staff, she would produce blades of flame, and if Jupiter used it, she would conjure blades of lightning. Since I had no magic attribute, my blades would be attributeless. Regardless, as long as I had enough MP, it was a great staff that enabled potent mid-range attacks. Even though I wasn't a magician, I could fight as if I were. But the most unique aspect of this weapon is the buff applied through attacks. When you hit directly with the staff, it not only inflicted fixed damage but also granted a fairly high performance buff. In the game, when it was the turn of the character equipped with this, they take a swing at their allies. Sure, 1% of current HP did sting a bit, but the return buff was much more significant. Wait, so do I now have to hit my party members with this? An image momentarily flashed in my mind. A scene where I am smacking each of my party members with the small staff in my hand. In the game, there were no repercussions for hitting an ally. But this is very much real. There would be definite backlash if I suddenly started hitting the kids with a staff. Could even ruin the trust one had built with them. How can I convince them and still hit them with the staff? I stared down at the short staff in my hand, immersed in deep thought. Spank them when they've done wrong? Hit their palms? Make them prostrate themselves? No, can I really do that? Corporal punishment was out of the question due to our relationship, so spanking as a punishment wasn't an option either. What could be a way to hit them with the staff that everyone would agree with? And so, a strange night of pondering went by. The next day, morning. Stage 4. Time until the start, 10 days. With just 10 days left before the next stage started, I made my way into town. The first order of business was to find the heads of the stonecutters and the carpenters' guilds. Ah, the Margrave. Has the Margrave arrived? The two men, who had been working together at a joint workshop, politely bowed as they saw me. I approached them, made quick pleasantries, and cut straight to the chase. We are to begin restoring the frontline base. The frontline base, you say? A hint of tension washed over the faces of the two guildmasters. I nodded solemnly. The frontline base. It was the wooden fort built right in front of the southern Black Lake, the very place where we fought the black spiders in the tutorial stage. The damage from that stage was so severe that it was currently left abandoned. But now it was time to start the renovation work. I don't need to tell you both how vital the frontline base is. The two guildmasters nodded silently. It was a defensive line built right in front of the lake from where monsters crawled out. If we could properly manage this frontline base, it would significantly reduce the number of monsters invading the city of Crossroad. It could potentially thwart any pincer movements the monstrous horde might plan as well. The problem, as always, was the maintenance. It would bear the brunt of the first wave of the enemy, right at the front line. If it were to fall, all the station troops would likely perish. The monster invasions are becoming increasingly aggressive. Not just operating the frontline base, but even the restoration work poses a substantial risk, I said, looking intently at the tense faces of the two guildmasters. However, for future monster frontline defenses, it is an essential task that we must undertake. Yes, we understand. The frontline base is far. Moreover, work can only be conducted between defense battles, which means this will be a long-term project. Start the restoration slowly but surely. I pointed to the piles of timber and stone stacked next to the workshop. First, we need to secure and transport the materials. I will, of course, provide the necessary expenses for the materials and labor. You both need to identify what's required for the restoration and submit the approvals to me. Yes, my lord. We will faithfully fulfill your trust. This is a task for all of humanity. I count on you. I completed the payment for the restoration work right then and there. After all, whether it's machinery or human, a little lubricant helps get things moving. Next, I headed to the smithy. It was bustling with activity since morning. The moment I entered, the blacksmith guildmaster rushed over. Welcome, my lord. Are you here to check on the cannon mold we're casting? No, there's no rush on that. The Black Queen was already completed a few days ago. I had no intention of rushing the remaining 3 pieces. I came today because of the equipment disassembly. I gestured to Lucas, standing behind me. Lucas piled equipment onto the workbench. It was a collection of damaged equipment from before. An SSR-grade cavalry spear and shield of Evangeline that I had smashed by mistake. And also an SSR-grade cavalry spear and shield of Evangeline's from the last battle that got ruined. Together, 4 pieces of SSR-grade equipment were damaged. It was fortunate that no one had died, but with the loss of such high-grade items, it felt like a boiling stew in my gut, especially since 2 of them were broken due to my mistake. Could you extract magic cores from this equipment? Equipment disassembly involved melting the item to salvage the material components. For intact equipment, there was about a 50% chance of recovering a magic core of the same grade. The problem was with damaged equipment. Depending on the degree of damage, the probability of recovering a magic core sharply declined. If lucky, one could recover the magic core completely, but usually one only got little bits of other materials that went into making the equipment. Give me back the magic cores, please, please. While I was pleading internally, I stood solemnly on the outside, befitting a lord. The head of the blacksmith guild nodded with a grave face. I will do my best, Your Highness. I'll be waiting for the results. After watching the damaged equipment enter a large furnace, I left the blacksmith's workshop. Melting down the equipment and salvaging the materials would take a day or 2. I hoped to salvage at least 1 magic core. I boarded the carriage parked at the entrance of the blacksmith's workshop, praying. The last workshop I needed to visit was the alchemist's workshop. We've been researching the golem's glove fragments you left with us last time. The alchemist's workshop. The guild master who had led me inside pointed to the interior of the workshop. The alchemists were analyzing the golem glove fragments I had partially recovered during the last free exploration, and a large quantity obtained from this stage. There's magic civilization technology from hundreds of years ago embedded in it. Once the analysis is finished, it will help increase the durability of our armor and walls. In this way, upgrading on our side is possible through research in the case of certain monster legions. Golem glove fragments, in general, increase the tier of armor. It should be helpful. I also came today for the aqua artifacts. I instructed while looking alternately at the guild master and Lily. We need to reinforce the anti-air artifacts. Do we have any in stock? Do you mean anti-air? To intercept enemies in the air. That's right. In Protect the Empire, there are several laws regarding the appearance of monster legions. One of them is that a flying monster appears at least once within every 5 stages. For instance, at least once among stages 1-5, and at least once among stages 6-10, and so on. One has to confront a flying monster at either stage 4 or 5. If it appeared at stage 4, then it was best to start preparing now. If it appeared at stage 5, things would become a bit more complicated. Stages that are multiples of 5 functioned as boss stages, where the quantity and quality of the monster hordes were vastly superior. If a flying monster showed up, then you had to be prepared anyway. So, the aim was to begin stocking up on anti-air artifacts from now on. Sort out a list of all reparable artifacts that have anti-air capabilities. Understood. Your Highness. The alchemist guildmaster and Lily darted off towards the warehouse. As the 2 of them were busy rummaging through the warehouse, I fell deep into thought. Fighting against flying monsters is quite different from conventional defenses. Land obstacles or barricades became meaningless, and the height of the walls also lost their effectiveness. Even long-range sniping could not proceed smoothly. In such circumstances, monsters rapidly approached from the sky and forced a melee battle. In other words, a close-quarters combat was inevitable. The usual tactic of thinning the enemy ranks with long-range firepower is useless. We need to construct a solid and stable melee line. Thinking about the melee line gave me a headache, so I held my forehead. I always said it, but we lacked manpower. If only we had one more decent sub-party. It's not that I haven't recruited any additional characters. However, they were all N-grade, without any outstanding characteristics and at low levels. They could be useful if nurtured, but they would never carry the same weight as the main party. Why are there so few useful ones? The main party consisted of 2 SSR-grade vanguards, an SR-grade area mage, and a cheat sniper, a luxurious composition. Starting from the sub-party, the talent pool had completely dried up. Even though Stage 4 was soon approaching, we were in a hurry. We need to recruit some good ones quickly. That's when Lily and the Alchemist Guildmaster returned to me. Hey, race the list of reparable anti-air artifacts. Let's see. I took the list and scanned through it. Good. This one, and this last one. 3. Prioritize their repair and position them on the walls. Understood. I'll get to the repairs right away. As soon as I gave the order, Lily disappeared into the workshop with the list. Hey, you don't have to worry that much. I won't take you to dangerous places anymore. Accepting the polite bow of the Alchemist Guildmaster, I exited the Alchemist workshop. Phew. Beside me, who was taking a deep breath and loosening my collar, Lucas grinned. You've worked hard, my lord. Nah, I just walked around giving orders. I grabbed the water bottle Lucas handed me and took a gulp. Lucas stretched his hand toward the carriage. Is your duty done? Let's return to the mansion. You still need more rest. Anyone would think I was at death's door, huh? You're the one playing the delicate flower, not me. I handed the water bottle back to Lucas and nodded toward the city's interior. We need to go one more place. Haven't we already visited all the workshop facilities? We have seen all the workshops, but there's another place I need to check. I offered a slight smile. I'm going to construct a new facility in the city. Today, I'll meet the people who'll be working there and find a suitable location. What kind of facility? A new defensive installation? Or perhaps, a knight's training facility for your exclusive legion? No, it's not related to defense. Opening the system window and pulling up the city's entire map, I searched for a suitable location with my eyes. I'm going to build a casino. Pardon? With a tone that suggested he couldn't understand, Lucas responded a beat later. I repeated myself. A casino, Lucas. A casino. A place where nobles and tycoons can legally gamble. Specifically, I'm thinking of erecting a hotel with an attached casino. I wonder what would be a good location. Watching me with a stern face, Lucas gradually softened into a warm smile. What's with him? Why is he looking at me like that? As expected, you are truly unique, my lord. Huh? Why? You can't get rid of your reckless tendencies. Can't forget the taste of gambling, and now you're thinking of building a casino in this backwater town. I, Lucas, can only admire your consistency. I'm going to hit you, you bastard. I almost hit Lucas with the magic wand I recently acquired. I should apply a buff to make it sting more. The cheek of him. That's not it, Lucas. Listen carefully. This is not for my amusement. I raised my index finger and declared earnestly. I plan to lure other hero characters with it. Chapter 71. Protect the Empire also has the characteristics of a city management game. Primarily, it involves governing the city known as Crossroad. Over a period of 3 years, players need to develop the city in their own unique ways. As the city grows, so does its revenue. People flock to the city, and a positive cycle is created. There are various methods to do this. One could focus on agriculture and clear large tracts of land, or revitalize the city's original specialty of magic stone processing to create an industrial city. Despite the challenging location, one could grow it into a commercial city. A mix of various factors is also possible. In other words, it's up to the taste of the player. During the course of playing this game and resetting it 742 times, I generally managed the city with a focus on industry. It was the most standard route, and by the endgame, it was the city development build that could pull in the most money. It was the same this time around. I intended to go with the industrial specialization build I was very familiar with and had fully mastered. But a problem arose. The issue was obtaining heroes. Right now, the fact that heroes are not being recruited makes the situation bad. Moreover, there's no guarantee that this situation will be resolved later on. While I was worrying about what to do, a city development build that I normally wouldn't have considered occurred to me. Specifically, a tourism specialization build. The tourism specialization build involves constructing various facilities in the city to attract tourists, earning money through the tourism industry, and developing the city. However, it was a type of entertainment build that hardly any player in the game would attempt. For good reason, since Crossroad is a remote village situated in the farthest southern part of the continent. Additionally, it's a high-risk conflict area where monsters can invade at any moment. Unless one ventures out on a simple boat, there are practically no tourists visiting for sightseeing purposes. Even if you build expensive tourist facilities, there is insufficient influx of tourists. Given this, I never considered the tourism build in all 742 attempts. Only in the late stages of the game, I was forced to grudgingly build high-end facilities related to tourism tech to lure high-level heroes who would only appear if such facilities existed. That's exactly the point. That's the part one noticed. Attracting high-level heroes. Tourist facilities are expensive and not particularly effective from an industrial point of view, but they significantly increase the chances of specific heroes appearing. Therefore, normally they would only be constructed in the extreme endgame. But race the reverse thought. What if tourist facilities were built in the extreme early game? The appearance conditions are met. Then someone will inevitably be caught. Furthermore, the heroes attracted by the tourist facilities are mostly high-level. They would be helpful in forming a quality squad. Of course, investing in tourism from the early game is inefficient. First of all, the cost of tourist facilities is not only higher than other facilities, but they do not have any connection to the city's other essential industries. If you're planning an optimized city development build, this is an absurd plan. However, in this round, I have a lot of money. My finances were abundant. I still haven't spent all the money I made from selling gems in the tutorial stage. I've been pouring vast amounts of money into operating the city, and there's still a considerable amount left over. I'm going to use this money to build tourist facilities. Facilities that meet the minimum hero attraction condition. After much consideration, I decided to build a hotel. A luxury hotel with a casino facility inside. In Korea, the perception of a casino might be quite gloomy, filled with gambling-addicted customers. But in other countries, there are quite a few casinos that are decent and exquisite social places. The hotel I want to build is in this direction. Now, Lucas. To Lucas, who was still looking at me with a subtle gaze from the stone bench, I, stuck in the carriage seat, gave a smirk. I'll explain my plan. Listen carefully. I explained the high-grade hero attraction plan, but Lucas still had an unconvinced expression. So you're saying that by building a hotel with a casino in this remote country village, extraordinary heroes will gather? That's what I'm saying. There are really such freaks. That's why I set up this huge money-spending plan. Lord, if you need a real talent, why not establish a knight training academy? Lucas opened his mouth while driving the carriage in the direction I directed. I believe that talents you raise from the start will be superior in quality compared to the scoundrels attracted by entertainment. That would be the right choice if we consider the long term. But the time given to me is only 3 years. It will take at least 10 years to build a knight training academy, find talent, and finish nurturing them. That would be too late. What I need are ready-made warriors who can be deployed immediately. There's not enough time. Time! After remaining silent for a moment, Lucas slowly muttered, "If it really can't be helped, I will do it all." Ha! I'll take on the role of the other heroes. Lord, I alone am enough. Just give me any command. I let out a chuckle. Ha! You're making a strong statement, but we need to be realistic. We're at war, aren't we? There's a lot one can't do alone. We need more troops. Of course, Lucas is of the SSR grade. He's the most dignified protagonist. But there's a clear limit to what he can do alone. It's essential to augment our forces with quality troops. By any means necessary, Lucas drove the carriage without uttering another word. I sunk into the seat, lost in thought. Downtown Crossroad. In this provincial part of town was the only inn in the city, the busiest place around. The inn, named Eddie's Honey, had been operating for over a century by 4 generations. Although small, it was famous for the innkeeper's warm hospitality and delicious breakfast. The taste is indeed acceptable. It wasn't breakfast time, but the surprised innkeeper served me a meal and coffee as I barged in. I did not refuse and quietly accepted the food. I was famished from wandering around, and it's not in my nature to reject offered goods. As I pushed the clean, empty plate away, the innkeeper smiled broadly. "I'm relieved, no? I'm honored that it suited your taste, my lord." The innkeeper was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. Her chubby smile alone made her seem like a person with abundant kindness. I was worried whether it would suit the taste of the royal family, so I'm relieved that you ate well. It's all thanks to your good cooking skills. It might not have suited the tastes of Ash, the prince, but I was an average civilian in Korea. I prefer these rustic dishes. However, I wiped my mouth roughly with the napkin and added, "I think you should pay more attention to hygiene." "Pardon." Starting with this napkin. I shook the napkin for her to see. It seems to have been used for quite some time, no matter how clean you wash it every time. If you don't replace it frequently, these stains remain, right? The napkin was clean, but it bore the signs of long use. To the flustered innkeeper, I deliberately used a more critical tone. "Both the tableware and the tableware box are quite old. Are you cleaning them thoroughly every day? Especially the tableware box. There's quite a bit of contamination left." "But, and..." I brushed the windowsill with my finger. A faint trail of dust came off. "When was the last time you washed the tablecloth? Do you clean the inn every few days?" "Well, that's..." "I also want to check the import ledger and the guest list. This place is technically the front line of the empire. You're obligated to record all out-of-town guest names without fail. Have you been doing that?" At my sudden interrogation, the innkeeper couldn't gather her thoughts. I clicked my tongue in disappointment. It seems the monopoly on honey made things too sweet. Huh? Even with average management, customers had no choice but to stay here. The innkeeper, who had been gaping, attempted to excuse herself. We strive to welcome our guests in a family-like atmosphere, to make them comfortable. Does a family-like atmosphere mean unsanitary and unprofessional management? I blew the dust off my finger. The innkeeper's face had turned pale. "Anyway, I came here today to discuss something." I sat cross-legged, resting my chin in my hand adorned with a ring, turning my head slowly to the side. "I intend to build a national hotel in this city."
Pardon.
"A grand, magnificent one at that. It will not only accommodate ordinary tourists, but also be able to host guests of the royal family." A smug grin tugged at the corner of my lips as I gestured with my eyes. "But that would inevitably bring about a loss for your inn, wouldn't it? Who would want to stay in such a shabby, run-down place when they could go to a national hotel instead?" The innkeeper thumped his chest in response. My inn has enough competitive edge. That may be the case for a while, but wouldn't losing even half of your current customers be a critical loss? Especially in a city like this, with its already scarce visitors. The innkeeper, standing rigid and gritting his teeth, asked with a trembling voice, "What do you want from me, my lord? Are you trying to intimidate me to take something away? Are you trying to force me to quit the inn business and drive me out of this city?"
No, innkeeper.
"You've got it all wrong." I changed the tone of my voice, making it softer. "I came here to recruit you." "Pardon. Let me make a proposal. How about considering taking the position of general manager at the newly built hotel?" The innkeeper's eyes widened. I nodded in response. "All the employees of this inn would be hired, just as they are. Of course, we'll need to hire additional staff in proportion to the hotel's size." Hold on. This is too sudden. I can assure you that you'll make much more profit than you are making now. However, your responsibilities will also increase. Sanitation, cleanliness, customer service, management. I didn't make this offer because I particularly trusted him. He was the only person in this remote town with any expertise in the lodging business. As I've mentioned before, I don't plan on turning Crossroad into a tourism-focused city. Building the hotel was merely to meet certain requirements for the arrival of some heroes. In other words, I want to keep the operating costs as low as possible, even if the hotel is built. I could have hired a professional hotelier with proper training from the capital, but this would be cheaper. I won't ask again. Make your decision here and now. With a low push, I cornered the confused innkeeper. Do you want to spend the rest of your life as the owner of this small, cozy inn, or do you want to embark on a new journey under me? The innkeeper accepted my proposal. I agreed to revisit the inn in 10 days to see if operations had improved. It was a bare minimum test to see if he could handle the new hotel. If he could manage to keep things rolling, I was ready to hand him this task. After all, the completion of the hotel is still a long way off. Inside the carriage returning to the mansion, with my chin propped up, I continued to mull things over while gazing out the window. Even if we managed to steal the Lake Kingdom's magical architecture technology, it would take a considerable amount of time for the hotel to be completed. And it would be even longer before heroes are attracted to the place. I suppose it won't be less than 2 years. So the only immediate place to recruit heroes would be free exploration, I guess. Encounter NPCs in the dungeon beneath the lake. Somehow manage to recruit them. Of course, the total number of NPCs living in the dungeon under the lake isn't even 100. And less than half of them are friendly. But there must be at least one, just one. I made up my mind. The primary objective of this free exploration is to encounter a friendly NPC and persuade them to join us. Once we've conquered all of the third exploration area, a safe zone known as the base camp appears. That place would serve as a foothold and base for subsequent dungeon explorations. It's also a gathering place for the scarce NPCs living in the dungeon under the lake. Surely 1 or 2 of them would be willing to listen to my proposal. If not, I'd recruit them by showering them with money or items, whatever it takes. I'd love to depart right now if I could. I looked down at my left arm, encased in a cast. Not just me, Damien has an injured eye, and Evangeline also has minor injuries. Jupiter and Lucas must still be fatigued. No need to rush, take it slow. Though there was a bit of anxiety, the current situation was fairly good. Step by step, diligently, laying stepping stones forward. The next tasks are to recover and recruit a new hero from the free exploration. With those thoughts, I closed my weary eyes, unaware of what would happen during this free exploration. Chapter 72. 3 days later, Evangeline's injuries had fully healed. The knightly lance and shield of the Cross family, which had hit rock bottom in durability, were also repaired. Damien's eye was nearly recovered. I returned to him the SSR-ranked magic gun, Black Queen. Only my left arm remained in a cast. I wish I could recover as swiftly as these sturdy folks. Stage 4. Time until start. 7 days. With a week remaining until the start of the next stage. I could rest a few more days to fully prepare for the free exploration, but the remaining days until the stage start were gradually pressing down on me. I needed information on the next stage. So today I decided to embark on free exploration. I assembled the party, and all party members arrived at the mansion before noon. I looked over their faces. Lucas, Evangeline, Jupiter, Damien. Now adeptly armed, all members of my main party had gathered. I'm not sure if everyone has had a good rest these few days. I grinned, making eye contact with each one. I'm sorry to be such a demanding boss, but it's time to deploy again. However, for some reason, Evangeline averted her gaze when she met mine. What was this? What's the matter, Evangeline? Do you have a complaint? As I approached her and asked, Evangeline continued to avoid my gaze, stepping back. No, it's just, I'm a bit embarrassed. Huh? Why? What was she embarrassed about? Because we're now in the same party? Because of the incident where we risked our lives fighting a golem? Or because she spilled everything about her parents to me? What is it? What's going on? Never mind. Just move. Let's finish the briefing and set off. Evangeline pushed me away, losing her temper. I sighed at her unreasonable behavior. Damn, I need to understand the mind of this pubescent child. And when I looked around, Damien also avoided my gaze. What's with him? Didn't his eyes heal? I also feel a bit awkward. Hee. What about you? Damien did not answer, but scratched the back of his head. Was this because I visited him when he was sick? What is it? What's with you all? Ho ho ho. Seeing us in such a state, Jupiter made a strange sound. I quickly turned my head. What is it, Jupiter? If you have something to say, speak up. No, it's nothing. Hee. Jupiter covered her mouth and laughed with her eyes. What good will it do for an old woman to interfere in the affairs of young people? Every day is a meddlesome life. And what? I sighed, then turned to the last party member. You're the only one who seems fine in this party, Lucas. Of course, my lord. Lucas smirked. You can always rely on me. Indeed, our main man we can trust. I heartily high-fived Lucas with an air of grandiosity. Smack. All right, enough chit-chat. It's dungeon exploration time. I clapped my hands to tidy up the mood and tied up the conversation. The free exploration area we are going to this time is the Outer Fortress, north side in Section 3. We will be exploring in a straight line above the northern wall of the Lake Kingdom. I conjured up in my mind the Section 3 that I had explored many times in the game. There are no special gimmicks. The dungeon structure is just one long corridor. Just straightforwardly fight the monster spawns and advance. Strength against strength. Push forward by continually defeating the appearing monsters. Among all the sections, Section 3 has one of the simplest setups. It shouldn't take too long. Let's aim to return before evening. I looked around at my party members. Any questions? They all just quietly looked at me while checking their equipment. I nodded my head emphatically. All right, let's go.
Teleportgate.
Please select your destination. Lakeside Pier. The Dried Sewer. Hidden Alley. Outer Fortress. North Side New. After activating the teleport gate and opening the path to Outer Fortress, North Side, I was the first to jump in. Flash dash. The now familiar flash engulfed me. Now loading. Tip: you can re-explore areas you have already cleared. Try sending sub-parties to multiple areas for leveling up. Hey, don't you need to have sub-parties before you can send them, you damn tip message. Upon passing through the teleport gate, the place I arrived was the safe zone in front of Section 3. With a tall watchtower on top of the castle wall. Here, overlooking the entire Lake Kingdom. Gazing at the sprawling view of the Lake Kingdom, the party members all swallowed their dry saliva at once. I gestured toward the castle wall. Let's go straight. As soon as I stepped on the wall after coming down from the watchtower. Ding. Section 3. Outer Fortress. North Side. Clear progress. Normal room 0 of 1, boss room 0 of 1. Acquired treasure chest. 0 out of 2. Information about the exploration area popped up in the system window. Compared to the previous dungeons, the layout was plain and simple. 1 regular monster room. 1 boss room. Just 2 chests. There are no special tricks, so it's straightforwardly tough. Depending on the type of monster that appears, there might be some variation, but this is a dungeon that demands a lot from your body. As there is a long corridor in the form of a normal room, you have to push forward without rest. The monsters will pour out non-stop. So what kind of monster horde is it this time? Before me, swallowing dryly, large stone statues made of rock flew and settled. Kugagung dash. The huge stone statues that settled on both sides of the Great Wall all lit up their red eyes at once. I shouted out their name. Gargoyles. Sure enough, just as predicted, flying monsters emerged. Northern Outpost Room 1. Eliminate all enemies. LV.12 Stone Gargoyles. 8. Since this was a map where monsters continuously appeared, wave numbers were displayed. Alright, let's make this quick and clean. They'll keep coming, and the longer we take, the more we tire. As the creatures appeared, all the party members prepared for battle. Lucas lifted his longsword, Evangeline her cavalry lance and shield, and Damien his magic gun. Jupiter also floated her magic crystal ball above her shoulder. I pulled out a short magic wand from my pocket. This was my new piece of equipment, Maestro. Holding the Maestro out in front, I shouted, "We break through at full speed." Roger that. Our party of 5 immediately rushed forward. There are 2 types of flying monsters that appear early in the game. The first is the Wyvern. It's a monster often referred to as a flying dragon. Despite having dragon in its name, it's not a real dragon species, but rather something closer to a degraded form of a dragon. It's not particularly intelligent, nor can it use the unique abilities of dragon species. However, it still has some merit. Perhaps due to being direct descendants of dragons, their magic resistance is quite high. The disappointment of having a party of carefully nurtured mages face a horde of wyverns. Moreover, it spits out fireballs from its mouth as if to mimic a dragon. A flying monster with the ability to attack from a distance. On the other hand, its physical defense is low. If you're well equipped with anti-air weapons like bows and ballistae, you could manage to defeat them, although it would be a bit challenging. Next, the second type of flying monster group. The gargoyles we encountered in this stage. These creatures have properties that are the exact opposite of wyverns. As they are made of stone or metal, their physical defense is quite high. However, their magic defense is practically non-existent. Also, they don't have any ranged attack abilities. They only engage in melee combat with the weapons they hold. While the frontline units hold them off, the rear-line mages and artifact users need to relentlessly attack to defeat them. In other words, indeed, it is the mage who is the flower of the battlefield, the crux of war, the rightful owner of the bonus salary. That's what I am. Jupiter is showing off again. Along with Jupiter's elated cry, lightning fell from the sky. Flash dash. Boom. Boom. Every time a bolt of lightning struck the air, the gargoyles crashed down and shattered. While the gargoyles were tough, Lucas and Evangeline could easily break them apart. However, Jupiter's efficiency as an area of effect mage was on a completely different level. While the 2 knights held back the charging gargoyles, Jupiter relentlessly unleashed lightning bolts, frying them to bits. Is this some sort of experience point event? Well, I guess that's why I've spent so much money to level up a wizard. In this world, a wizard is no less than a strategic weapon. It's definitely worth the high cost. I'm not too fond of the constant fuss, though. At that moment, Damien, who had been restless because he had nothing to do, asked me in a low voice, "Is there something I can help with, Prince?"
No.
"Don't worry about it, we should just take it easy. You haven't fully recovered your eyesight, and my left arm hasn't completely healed yet. I hope we don't have to step in today." That was my honest feeling. It's better to stay put if we don't have to intervene. After all, our party members currently in battle are 2 SSR-ranked knights and an SR-ranked wide-area wizard. Moreover, all of them have already undergone their second job changes. It's an extravagant lineup for an exploration of the 3rd sector. If we can hitch a ride, we, the injured ones, should just follow along comfortably. But still, Damien nervously fiddled with the fingers that held his magical gun. I gave Damien a big grin. "You are my last line of defense. Don't rush. All you need to do is move according to my instructions when the time comes." "You got it." Damien nodded heavily. "Yes, Prince." Anyway, thanks to Jupiter's active performance, we successfully broke through the normal room. She's a weird old lady, but her skills are definitely reliable. After passing the ruins of gargoyle-like creatures that seemed likely to be in the hundreds, we followed the path that stretched along the fortress wall for quite a long time. We've arrived. We arrived at the top of the fortress wall right above the north gate. In front of us was a large metal door. If we go in there, we'll find the passageway that leads down to the main gate under the wall. Now it's the boss room. After a short maintenance break, I open the door to the boss room with a smirk. Let's try to clock out early today. The door opened with a heavy sound. And inside the boss room, outer fortress, north side boss room. Defeat the boss. LV.30 gold gargoyle, centurion melon, a massive gargoyle, clad in armor that shimmered as if made of gold, stood there. Oh, the gold gargoyle. According to the game lore, it was a decoration in the royal palace of the Lake Kingdom, and its abilities are mediocre compared to other bosses. True to its expensive appearance, it drops a lot of items. Alright, let's feast on some delicious items. Everyone, prepare for battle. As soon as I shouted that out, Tatat, Jupiter suddenly spread her arms and started running towards the gold gargoyle. I blinked at Jupiter's sudden action. Jupiter? What are you doing now? Chapter 73. Jupiter was charging alone towards the golden gargoyle, while the rest of the party members stood rooted in their places, flabbergasted by the abrupt shift of events. I shouted out in desperation. Hey, Jupiter! What are you doing? Stop! Jupiter! Come back, Jupiter! That's when it happened. Gold! Drooling profusely, Jupiter yelled out. It's gold! What did she just say? I gazed anxiously at the gargoyle. It shimmered brightly, sprinkling a radiant golden light all around. Hold on a second. Could it be that her gold fever trait had just kicked in upon seeing that? Are you out of your mind, Grandma? However, regardless of my outburst, Jupiter had already dashed in front of the boss gargoyle. The golden gargoyle, taking its time, raised the weapon it held. A terrifyingly large mace. This is insane, seriously. Pulling at my hair in frustration, I quickly ordered Lucas and Evangeline. Charge, guys. We can't afford to let the old lady die here. Understood, Lord. Get a grip, Granny Mage. The two knights bolted forward like bullets. I turned my head towards Damien. It's not going to be easy this time either, Damien. Draw out your magic gun. Before I could even finish, Damien had already drawn his Black Queen and was taking aim. Jupiter was now right in front of the gargoyle. 20 years ago, it was the 100-year chief. 10 years ago, it was the 100-year chief. A deep, humming voice flowed from the face of the golden gargoyle. Am I to live my life always chasing after the 100-year chief? Then, a low hum dash. Immediately afterward, the mace held in the gargoyle's hand fell downward. Lucas and Evangeline were still too far away. Damien could attack the gargoyle directly, but even if he kills it with a single shot, if he gets it wrong, Jupiter could die. Sure, the Black Queen was an incredibly powerful spear, but killing a robust gargoyle boss in one blow was too much to ask. Even if he did kill it, the mace falling towards Jupiter's head wouldn't simply disappear. I clenched my jaw. There was no choice. Damien, shoot that bastard's weapon. Yes. Damien promptly corrected his aim and pulled the trigger. With a deafening blast, the muzzle spat fire. Damien, unable to withstand the recoil, fell backwards. The magic bullet whacked the side of the mace. But the mace only slightly changed its path, still falling towards Jupiter's head. Then, even while tumbling backward, Damien continued to fire his magic gun. 2 more hits and finally, the mace's trajectory shifted, stabbing into the ground right next to Jupiter. With an earth-shattering thud, the massive mace slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Warg! Jupiter, screaming in an ungraceful manner unfitting of her age, sprung off the ground. Oh, Grandma! Ugh! What am I doing here? Retreat, Lady Jupiter! Lucas had caught Jupiter in her daze and swiftly retreated. Evangeline held up her shield on the front line and yelled out, Hey, you shiny gold dung beetle! Look at me! It was the Shield Knight's common passive skill, the battle cry. TL note. Changed roar of the battlefield to just battle cry. The effect, taunting all enemy units in range and buffing allies. The golden gargoyle that had been aiming its second strike at the retreating Jupiter suddenly jerked its gaze sideways. Its enormous mace descended upon Evangeline in an instant. Boom! Evangeline's shield emitted a dazzling white light as it absorbed the attack. Ugh! Despite the weird noise she made, Evangeline held her ground. Good job. Just then, Jupiter returned to my side. I gritted my teeth at the sight of this damned mage. Jupiter! I'm terribly sorry, Your Highness. Can't you keep your mind straight? For real? What the hell is the top-ranking mage doing? Jupiter, who was always shameless, repeatedly bowed her head this time, seemingly genuinely sorry. I've put everyone in danger because of my carelessness. At least you know it, you old fart. How can we solve this gold fever trait of that bastard? In the game, it only activated from the boxes, but in reality, it triggers even in the most absurd places. I looked over at the sparkling golden gargoyle. Will we have to go through this chaos every time we encounter a jewel monster like this in the future? I'll join the front line. After bringing Jupiter next to me, Lucas dashed towards the golden gargoyle again. He probably wanted to help the increasingly exhausted Evangeline. Jupiter quickly reached out her hand forward. I will strike it down right. Ugh! The electric current that was gathering at Jupiter's fingertips dissipated weakly. Jupiter tried to gather her magic power again, but she couldn't, possibly due to her recent injury. I waved my hand at Jupiter, who kept trying. Forget it, don't push yourself. Recover first. Ugh! I've lost so much face today. Since when did you care about face in front of us? I surveyed our surroundings. Lucas and Evangeline were taking turns blocking the golden gargoyle's attacks. Asking them to also attack the boss, who initially had high physical defense, was too much. Jupiter was grumbling, having lost her edge. Damien, he looked pale. Having fired 3 consecutive shots with his partially healed farsight, and forcefully withstanding the immense recoil of the Black Queen, he must be feeling awful. Ill. Finish it. Ugh. I stopped Damien as he steadied himself, trying to aim his magic gun again. Forget it, step back. Huh? But then, this prince has to test his new product. Just wait and see. Having distanced Damien behind me, I took out a short magic wand from my bag. An SSR-rated wand, Maestro. This seemed like a good opportunity to test this new guy in real battle.
Maestro, commence.
As I uttered the startup word, I felt as if the wand was sucking magic power from my body. Soon, light blue magic particles gathered in front of the wand I held, and 3 blades of magic power were created. Thin and sharp, like a trio of rapiers. They were blue, transparent, crafted as if made of glass. I think I've used up half my MP, and only 3 blades appear. A sense of fatigue rushed in as magic power left my body. Come to think of it, it was my first time using magic power since I arrived in this world. Let's see. Is this how it's used? With an image of moving the magic power blades in my mind, I lightly swung the wand forward. Whoosh! Swish! The 3 blades, made of magic power, flew as if they were dancing. Oh! After a few swings, I could intuitively grasp the principle of their movement. Basically, if I concentrate in my mind, I could control the blades of magic power. And if I moved the wand in my hand in sync, the accuracy increased. Jupiter and Damien were staring at me, their eyes wide. Your Majesty, you always bring some new and interesting means every time we meet. I guess I'm somewhat of an innovator. I smirked. It's good to show off a bit, isn't it? Damien vigorously nodded his head. Quite adorable. I reached out with my wand. The training was enough. Now it was time to verify its actual power. Shriek. The 3 blades of magic power shot forward. Spinning around and hurled, the 3 blades of magic power struck the golden gargoyle. Crash dash, directly hitting its left shoulder. It destroyed the connecting link of the golden armor on the left arm. The armor piece shattered and fell off. Not bad, huh? I twirled the wand to retrieve the blades of magic power. The swift returning blades lined up neatly behind my back. Phew! A whistle escaped my lips. Even though I was not yet proficient and the control was crude, its power was definite. At least it can deal damage more stably than Lucky Strike. Like a conductor leading an orchestra, I briskly waved the magic wand in my hand. With that movement, the magic blade struck. Crash, crash, crash dash. The magic power rapiers cut through the air in succession, marking the golden gargoyle's body in several places. The gargoyle, having low magic resistance, had its golden armor shattered whenever the magic blades grazed it. As the armor was peeled off, its relatively weaker body was exposed, and Lucas' sword and Evangeline's spear did not miss that chance to strike. If only ID worked inside the fortress, I'd have gotten a promotion by now. One wrong move and I'm stuck in this damned outpost for life. The golden gargoyle was again mumbling something I couldn't understand. Why do all the local boss monsters babble to themselves like this? If they're going to divulge their backstory, at least make it understandable. Whoosh dash! My blade of magic power struck the golden gargoyle's armor for the 5th time. As the chest piece shattered, my 3 magic power blades also disintegrated into nothingness. 5 times, its durability isn't high. I was about to summon another blade of magic power, but there was no need. Thud! Thump dash! Most of the golden gargoyle's armor was already destroyed, and through the gaps, Lucas and Evangeline's attacks exploded in quick succession. Lucas' soul strike and Evangeline's damage payback radiated in a bright flash, ripping the golden gargoyle to shreds. If only I'd gotten promoted, and had the chance to wear cool armor like that statue. The movement of the golden gargoyle, who was swinging his mace with his dilapidated body until the end, suddenly stopped. What is this? And then, slowly looking up at the sky, why is the rain black? It blabbered something like that. Flash dash! Lucas' powerful strike cleanly severed the gargoyle's neck. The body of the headless gargoyle staggered forward and backward before collapsing awkwardly to the side. Thud! Thud! The heavy gargoyle's body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust in all directions. Lucas, who was carefully examining the fallen gargoyle, turned to look at me, and then he nodded vigorously. We did it! Hua! I let out a long sigh of relief, and then I signaled to Jupiter, who was standing next to me at attention. Jupiter, write a report when we get back. Yes. And deduct a week's worth of wages from your salary. Put it into the city development fund. Wah dash! Your Majesty, that's 2. When I glared at Jupiter as she tried to argue, she immediately bowed her head. That's a fair punishment. I'll do as you say. I didn't really want to rebuke Jupiter heavily. Everyone makes mistakes, after all. But if the same mistake is repeated, it needs to be punished. As the leader of the army, rewards and punishments need to be strict, even if the person in question is a valuable mage. Jupiter, I don't understand why you lose your mind every time you see something shiny, I said quietly to Jupiter. Weren't you a soldier of the Everblack Empire before you were a mercenary living and dying for money? I hope you remember the pride within you before your greed. The trait gold fever was irremovable, impossible to fix artificially, and not the kind of abnormal state that my passive, unyielding commander could block. In the end, all I could do was hope that Jupiter could resist it herself. Jupiter stared pensively at her gloved hands. On the path that the young must tread, the old should not become a burden, let alone be of no help. Jupiter looked at me with a grim expression. If such an incident happens again, I'll take responsibility with my life. No need to go as far as your life. Then I'll take responsibility with a sum of money equivalent to my life. Ho, how much would that be? An amount equal to my weekly salary? I stared at the old money grubber for a moment, then smirked and nodded. Let's go. Lucas and Evangeline were retrieving the loot from the fallen golden gargoyle. That armor looks expensive. We should take a bit of it. I've been waiting to hear those words. As soon as I finished speaking, Jupiter dashed towards the golden gargoyle. Hey, were you even remorseful? Chapter 74. Zone 3. Outer Fortress. North Side. Clear progress. Normal Room 1/1. Boss Room 1/1. Treasure boxes obtained. February 2nd. Zone 3 all cleared. There had been a minor mishap during the boss fight, but all things considered, the clearing was both swift and smooth. The golden gargoyle didn't drop any notable equipment items, but instead, a whole heap of gold conversion items fell. I scooped them up without much care, planning to sort them out later. And from the boss room treasure chest.
Screaming Hobby, SR, LV.30.
Category, cloth armor. Defense, 15 to 20. Durability, 20/20. Recovers 1% of lost MP each time an enemy is defeated. Set effect, must scream, January 3rd. Inflicts an area of effect fear status each time an enemy is defeated. Requires screaming gloves for set activation. Requires screaming orb for set activation. Owned by Jupiter, SR. A screaming set has appeared. Since I had kept the magical orb, the screaming orb from last time, all I need now are the gloves to complete the set. Oh dear, everyone went through so much trouble because of this old one. I'm not sure I should be so shameless as to accept this. Jupiter, saying so, grabbed the robe with the speed of lightning. Well, she did troll during the boss fight, but she handled nearly all the regular gargoyles. Jupiter played a significant role in this defensive stage too. It wouldn't hurt to feed her good items. It feels a bit weird to reward someone who messed up. Anyway, the item collection ended, and the exploration of Zone 3 was wrapped up. There were stairs leading down inside the boss room. It was a passage that led below the fortress walls. There's a safe point just ahead. I informed the party members, who were resting briefly after cleaning up the battle. It's the biggest spot among all our stops so far. It's where the few people surviving in this dungeon often gather. It even has facilities like shops and blacksmiths. Like a base camp set up in the dungeon, it offers purchase of items that can't be obtained in the outside world and magical enhancements. But today, our goal is to scout for new members. I issued a reminder to the party members. If there's someone who seems friendly and capable, we're going to somehow convince them to come with us. Keep your eyes peeled and see if you find any promising person. Evangeline, who was eating preserved food, broke into a cold sweat. Do you think there'd be a person meeting those standards in such a gloomy underground cavern? Are there even people to begin with? Well, even if they fall a bit short, it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's keep an eye out. Even if it's not a person, even if it's a ghost, it wouldn't matter. As long as they can kill monsters well, be it a ghost, a demon, or a zombie, I'm more than willing to take them in. Having concluded our brief respite, we descended the staircase. The spiral staircase seemed to uncoil endlessly. I sure could use an escalator. Considering the height of the wall we had climbed earlier, the way down seemed just as daunting. Still, being less exhausted than last time made the descent feel considerably lighter. Thud! We finally set foot on the ground. And right next to the staircase we descended, there was... wow! A massive door made of iron. Evangeline, seeing the door for the first time, couldn't help but utter words of admiration. The northern gate of the Lake Kingdom. The iron door, rusted red, stood firmly shut, still emanating an eerie aura. That's the same gate we saw when we first entered beneath the lake. Back then we had viewed it from the outside, but now we were seeing it from within. Because this gate was closed, we had to enter the city through a drainage path. After taking a lengthy detour, we had finally ended up at the main gate. It seems like we can't open it now, just as before, Lucas said, examining the surroundings of the gate, his head tilted in thought. There are no pulleys or other mechanisms. How does this door open? Since this is a magic kingdom, there's probably some sort of magical device. I shrugged my shoulders. And to begin with, there's only one situation when this door opens. When would that be? When their invasion begins. Lucas' face hardened. I nodded. When the horde of monsters marches towards the human world. Only then. Our party members swallowed dryly. I gave a wry smile and gestured towards the city. Let's go inside. Our safe zone is just ahead. As we moved away from the northern gate and followed the main road towards the heart of the city, we came across a vast square. Almost the size of a sports complex, it was enormous. And in that square, gargoyles were neatly lined up in rows. A perplexed Evangeline swiveled her head around. What are they doing here? They are the ones who will invade Crossroad in the next defensive battle. The hundreds of gargoyles lined up densely were bowing their heads as if they were asleep. The square was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to count precisely, but at a glance, their number was staggering. They're stacked up here, and when the time comes, they'll move to Crossroad all at once. Lucas placed his hand on the long sword at his waist. Then shouldn't we attack now and wipe them out? No way. Do you want us to be annihilated? They might not be moving, appearing to be asleep, but they would definitely respond if attacked. Even now, other gargoyles flying in from different parts of the city were joining the ranks one by one. Their numbers were increasing in real time. This is their stronghold. There are only 5 of us. If we attack now, it would be a slaughter. Let's do what we can now. Taking a sidetrack off the square, I waved a hand. The party members carefully followed in my wake. We left the main road, heading into a winding alleyway for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, the surroundings opened up. A considerably wide clearing appeared in front of us. Unlike the gloomy parts of the city, it was incredibly bright here. Magic stones glowed like streetlights all around the clearing, and at the center, a large bonfire blazed. Here we are. I turned to the party members and pointed towards the bonfire. This is the base camp. It's going to serve as a beacon for our dungeon explorations from here on. Though it didn't compare to the square swarmed with monsters earlier, it was considerably larger than the safe zones we'd been in so far. My party and I entered the clearing. Coming from a pitch-dark place devoid of light into a suddenly brightly lit area, relief washed over us, and our tension eased. Ah, it's warm. I held my hands to the bonfire, savoring the heat. Felt like we could live a little. This is what a base should be like. That's when Lucas, who had been vigilantly scanning the surroundings, whispered to me. But my lord, didn't you say there were people living here? Huh? Yes. But there's no one in sight. Huh? I lifted my head to take a look around. He was right. No one was visible. There should be at least 4 or 5 NPCs in the game. There were at least 4 or 5 permanent NPCs with transient ones always around too. For some reason, the base camp was entirely empty. I narrowed my eyes. This was not a good sign. No way. Just then, it happened. Clank. Clank. From various points around the clearing, about a dozen NPCs charged out and aimed their weapons bows and crossbows at us. Hands up. Stand still. If you move, well, shoot. Lucas, already on high alert, swiftly unsheathed his sword, assuming a defensive stance. Evangeline donned her shield instantly, stepping forward, and Jupiter, with her usual unperturbed expression, held up her magic orb while chewing on her cigarette. Wah, what? Wah. Only Damien, dumbfounded, was flustered. I firmly gripped Damien's shoulder once and quickly scanned our surroundings. There were roughly a dozen of them surrounding us. However, they were dressed in unfamiliar outfits. All of them wore white masks that concealed their faces and were clad in seamless armor. Judging by the level of equipment they were carrying, they were clearly high-leveled at first glance. They even brought a cannon. I chuckled hollowly when I noticed a cannon targeting us from a hill on the other side. They were serious. Any escape routes? I looked around for an escape route, but the encirclement was perfect. Quietly slipping away seemed impossible. I bit my lip lightly. I let my guard down because it was a safe zone. In the game, there were places where monsters couldn't invade and battles didn't occur. But this place, it was as real as it could get, where humans could collide anywhere, anytime, kill or be killed, without any constraints. But there wasn't any foreshadowing for this. A surprise attack as soon as we entered the safe zone? And who are these people? What in the world is this situation? Inside, my mind was a turmoil, but outwardly, I remained composed. The welcome is a little fiery, isn't it? I maintained a leisurely smile, letting my voice carry it. Thanks for the warm welcome, but it would be nice if someone could explain the current situation. We're adventurers who just recently entered this dungeon. Cute novices who you should be helping and leading. Despite my lightly sarcastic tone, none of them moved. They just looked at us through their masks with cold eyes, aiming their weapons. I let out a small sigh. Or what? Is this some sort of initiation to discipline the newbie adventurers? I didn't realize such an outdated practice was still in place in such an advanced society. Outdated, you say? Shall we call it a good custom instead? Then, a grave voice echoed. Cool, low-pitched voice. He could have been a professional singer. Catching newbie rats is a tradition that has been passed down throughout human history. It's a process of engraving respect and etiquette for the seniors into one's body. Shouldn't we preserve and advance such a wonderful culture? But the ridiculous argument he made with such a charming baritone voice naturally made me think it was a waste of a good voice. I snorted. What culture? That bullshit's not culture. It seems our senior adventurer has a fairly old-fashioned tendency. I hear that quite often. Thud, thud. A man emerged through the white-masked NPCs. But what can you do? You tend to stick to old things when you live for a long time. A tall, pointed hat and a black minstrel costume. The man's face was familiar. Of course, he was the one who ruined stage 2. I glared at him, grinding my teeth. The Pied Piper. Ho, is that what you call me? As the man approached, his face, hidden under the shadow of his hat brim, appeared. He was also wearing a mask, a detachable chin type so he could take it off when playing an instrument. Like a clown, only a smiling face was etched on. A white mask. The Pied Piper, huh? An interesting nickname, but let me introduce myself properly. The man placed his hand on his chest, introducing himself in an exaggerated tone. Here, a heinous criminal wandering the bottom of the glorious Lake Kingdom, the last court musician and court jester remaining in the Lake Kingdom, and a court magician. The man, slowly bowing in a display of respect, finally uttered his name. I am called Crown. His voice was deep, beautiful, and utterly revolting. Nice to meet you, the last player. Chapter 75. The Pied Piper. His name was Crown. A court musician, a court jester, and a court magician of the Lake Kingdom, right? His responsibilities were numerous. I scoffed inwardly. This man was not that great of an NPC in the game. Even when he occasionally intruded on the battlefield, he didn't directly engage in combat. He simply commanded monsters or debuffed the player's side. But there was one scene that I clearly remembered. The final stage of this game. He appeared in the first room of the last dungeon leading to the final boss. But, without any combat ability of his own and given the strength of our party at the final stage, he was no significant opponent. A few sword thrusts and he fell. Yes, these white-masked guys were those guys who appeared with him back then. These masked troops were his subordinates who appeared with the Pied Piper in the final stage. But just like him, they were nothing special by the time of the final stage. The later part of the game had far stronger and more terrifying enemies. I didn't pay much attention to this man and his minions. But now that enemy was blocking our way. And what did he say to me? Did he call me a player just now? Does this man understand this world's system? There were too many questions, but I asked the most urgent one first. Why are you opposing us? Can you tell us the reason? From the hands of the white-masked troops surrounding us, crossbows and bows sparkled. They were drawn taut, ready to shoot at any moment. Regardless of backstory, our priority was to avoid this immediate crisis. To my surprise, Crown responded to my question. Your party is corrupting this city, trying to uncover the secrets of the kingdom. You don't even know the terrible darkness sleeping inside. I'm just trying to stop it. Crown's voice grew heavier. We are the last defense force protecting the kingdom, the remaining remnants of the Lake Kingdom. The men in white masks introduced themselves thusly. We are the night crawlers. Night crawlers. Creeping through the night, they said. Anyone who tries to touch the darkness of this city, we will purge. You are merely our next targets. As Crown raised his hand, the night crawlers pulled their ranged weapons even tighter. The moment that hand fell, a barrage of attacks would rain upon us. Dangerous, completely surrounded and outclassed in level and gear. If we take this volley, someone will die, or in the worst case, we could be wiped out. Time to play the cards I have. I widened my eyes. It was time to use the new skill I had obtained without sparing. I use Command's Eye. Please lock eyes with the skill target. The world around me slowed down for a moment. In the midst of the bluish interface unique to skill usage, I looked around, locking eyes with each of the foes pointing weapons at us. Target detected. 12 entities. Please state your command. The command shouldn't be too difficult. If it were, the skill's success rate would decrease. It also couldn't be something highly stressful, like telling them to kill each other. That would surely increase their chances of resistance. So, a simple command that could also help us escape. All of you. I stretched out my hand and shouted, turn around. Command difficulty. Very easy. Comparing your intelligence stat with the target's magic power stat. Determining success rate. Rolling for resistance. Next moment, a bluish flash burst from my eyes. Judgment complete. Successful 7 entities. Failed 5 entities. Executing forced command. Ugh! I coughed up blood. It felt as though my magic power had been completely drained. A heaviness settling in my chest. Such a powerful backlash for issuing such a simple command. But my adversaries were all high-level NPCs, over 10 of them. This level of recoil was perhaps expected. 5 resisted, but the command successfully affected more than half, 7 in total. Snap! More than half of the encircling Nightcrawler squad members obediently turned around. Crown, who had just been about to give the firing command, grumbled in disbelief. What the hell is this? The rest of the Nightcrawler squad also showed confusion at their colleagues' strange behavior. Seizing this opportunity, I shouted, "Run!" My startled party members seemed to regain their composure at my voice. I pointed towards the center of the open field. Escape to the teleport gate. Beyond the bonfire in the corner of the field. A familiar pile of stones. A teleport gate. If we could just get there, we could retreat safely outside the dungeon. I'll clear the way. Lucas was the first to charge. Thump. Bam. Lucas, swinging his fist and scabbard at the confused Nightcrawler squad member, opened up a path and ran. Damien, Jupiter, and I immediately followed, with Evangeline bringing up the rear. Mind control, huh? This is getting quite interesting. Crown shouted sharply. Fire, shoot. Don't let them get away. The ones unaffected by the command fired first, with the others regaining their senses a beat later, steadying themselves and raising their weapons. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows rained down like a storm. Watching the incoming volley of arrows, I shouted, Evangeline, leave it to me. With that, Evangeline hoisted her shield overhead and leaped into the air. Ping, ping, ping.
Ting.
Evangeline managed to deflect the hail of arrows coming her way using her shield. If the shield wasn't enough, she swung her cavalry spear to clear the rest. Ha! Evangeline laughed triumphantly. Oh, she was good, our darling. Then, I noticed a cannon aiming at us from afar, its fuse already lit. Desperation seized me, and I cried out, Damien! Yes! Instead of his magic gun, Damien took out his crossbow. In such a pressing situation, a crossbow with no recoil was far easier to handle than the powerful but unwieldy magic gun. Boom dash! The cannon fired, and almost simultaneously, Damien shot his crossbow skyward. Whoosh! Damien managed to snipe the flying cannonball. The arrow from his crossbow pierced the center of the cannonball with pinpoint accuracy, and, crack dash! The cannonball exploded in mid-air. It was an impossible feat, but Damien pulled it off effortlessly. We've got plenty of cheat characters here. I twisted my lips into a half-smile. The situation was still nerve-wracking, but I could see a clear path to break through. The teleport gate was now within reach. If we could activate it, we could safely retreat and prepare for a counterattack. Just then, that won't do. I heard Crown's faint murmur. Stop them. Yes. Turning around, I saw two NPCs standing by Crown's side, their hands outstretched. Roar dash. Vast magic power swelled from their fingertips. I gritted my teeth. A wizard! The next moment, the magic fired from their hands raced toward us. One spell was wind, the other fire. These two elements, when combined, would cause an updraft, greatly increasing their destructive power. If hit directly, the combined spell would obliterate everything in its path, far more powerful than a mere cannonball. If we fall, we die. Damn it! Almost in sync with my exclamation. Ha! Jupiter spun around, a spark jumping from her monocle. Flash dash. Crack dash. Lightning shot from Jupiter's hands. She used the lightning in her left hand to stop the fire, and the one in her right to stop the wind. The two spells were neutralized by Jupiter's magic before they could combine and amplify each other's power. Cough! Taking on the brunt of two wizard spells, Jupiter coughed up blood. My eyes widened in shock. Jupiter! Cough! I can't hold it much longer. Your Highness! Hurry! Whirl! Whirl! As the whirlwind and flames intensified, Jupiter's lightning began to falter. Blood not only flowed from Jupiter's mouth but also her eyes and nose. I shouted at the NPC guarding the teleport gate. Damn it! Clear the path now. Yes! Lucas brandished his sword fiercely, driving away the NPC guarding the teleport gate. I rushed to place my hand on the teleport gate and activate it. Hurry, hurry! I thought desperately. A mound of rocks surged upwards, swirling into formation, and ultimately creating a magic portal.
Teleportgate.
Please select a destination. Backyard of the Lord's Mansion. Lakeside Pier. The Dried Sewer. Hidden Alley. Northern Fortress. In haste, I chose the backyard of the Lord's Mansion.
Engineer.
With a magical sound of operation, the gate opened. Damien, supporting Jupiter, went into the gate first. Following behind, I pushed myself into the gate while glaring back. The Legion in white masks, the Nightcrawlers stopped attacking, as if realizing they could not stop us. They just stood still, watching us. Among them, Crown was leaning back, staring at me. I could not decipher what was going on behind the masked face. The laughing face carved into the mask was simply unnerving. You're on my list, you flute-blowing son of a bitch. It was a cliché line of third-rate villains, but I couldn't help it. I'll be back to take care of you. Gritting my teeth and pointing my index finger, I threw myself into the gate. Behind me, I saw Lucas and Evangeline rush in. As I was sucked into the magic passage where the teleportation started, I touched my aching forehead. Another enemy has emerged. Free exploration finished. Level up characters. Ash, EX, LV.22, 2. Lucas, SSR, LV.36, 1. Evangeline, SSR, LV.38.
Júpiter, SR, LV.40, 1.
Damien, N, LV.30.
Deceased and injured characters. Jupiter, SR. Severely injured. Acquired equipment.
Screaming Hobby, SR.
Acquired items. Gargoyle Legion's Magic Stones. 72. Gargoyle Golden Magic Core, SR. 1. Golden Armor Fragments. 5. Golden Room Key 1. Chapter 76. Just after returning from a free exploration. Late in the afternoon. Downtown Crossroad. The Shrine. In front of the infirmary, I was nervously cracking my knuckles. As soon as the exploration ended, we all came here for treatment. The final battle had left us all with minor injuries. Particularly, Jupiter's injuries were severe. She had recklessly blocked a combined attack from 2 wizards of higher levels, which had resulted in considerable damage. Crack, crack, crack. I continued to crack my knuckles. My head was dizzy with anger at them, but a sense of bafflement filled me. Whether they were living in the dungeon under the lake, or they were hostile NPCs that could not be recruited, after all, they are humans. I have to fight against humans. This is a completely different aspect from the battles so far. No, it's more than just a different aspect. It's a matter of values. I rested my chin on my clenched hands and frowned. All this time we've been fighting against monsters, to protect people. But now we have to fight against people. To protect people, we have to kill people. It's not a matter of PvE or PvP. I bit my lip hard. Sure, in the game we've fought against hostile NPC factions too. I used my characters to kill the enemies one by one as efficiently as possible, stealing their items and gaining experience points. But this place is reality now. They're definitely living, breathing humans too. Can I exterminate them as I did with monsters? Back in Stage 2, when I had ordered Damien to snipe the Pied Piper, he hesitated and ultimately couldn't shoot. I'm facing the same dilemma that Damien had then. Is it okay to fight against humans for survival? For clearance? Is it okay to kill humans? Your Highness. At that moment, Saintess Margarita and the priests under her command walked out of the infirmary. I hurriedly stood up. Is the treatment over? Yes. Fortunately, no one's life is in danger. Margarita wiped her blood-soaked hands with a towel. However, Jupiter has fallen into a state of magic overload due to the aftereffects of overusing her magic. Magic overload? Isn't that extremely dangerous? Yes, it's a state where magic escapes control and consumes the caster's body. If we're not careful, she might not be able to use magic for the rest of her life. It's similar to the principle of self-devouring magic in martial arts novels. It's the most dangerous injury a wizard can sustain in a game. Couldn't get worse. She needs absolute rest for a while. I see. I gritted my teeth. Jupiter was the core of our power in this stage. But with this injury, she's out for at least this stage. If we're unlucky, she's out for the season. Who would have thought a disaster would strike like this? After composing myself, I asked Margarita, "Can I visit her?" Unfortunately, you can't see Jupiter. She's in a very critical condition. I see. I glanced awkwardly at the direction of the ward. I wondered if I had gone too far, activating my negative gold fever trait just now. I felt terrible. The others have finished their treatment. They will be out soon. Always grateful. Here. After generously making my usual offering, I left the temple. Lucas, Evangeline, and Damien were waiting for me at the entrance of the temple. I tried to put on a cheerful face as I approached them. You've all worked hard. How is everyone feeling? We're okay, my lord. How is Lady Jupiter? I told them the truth. She's severely injured. It'll be a while before she can return to the front lines. That bad, huh? We should be grateful that it ended like this. We could have all died there. But the expressions on my party members' faces weren't good. The unidentified hostile forces in the dungeon and the injuries to our allies. It was enough to unsettle everyone. Standing in front of my troubled party, I crossed my arms and raised my voice. I'll make this clear, everyone. I'm going to make them taste their own medicine. My party members looked at me, their eyes wide open. I nodded. They dared to touch me, Ash, the Prince of the Empire, and my close associates. It's only right they pay the price. I was serious. If they were unintelligent monsters, I could have avoided them. But as long as our enemies were human, I was determined to take fiery revenge to ensure they never targeted us again. Stripping them of their lives is a question for later. Anyway, we have to give them a taste of their own medicine, just as they've done to us. However, but that's not happening immediately. We need to be fully prepared. Once we safely pass this stage and have everything in place, we will destroy them. Revenge is best served cold. Rationally, meticulously sharpening our swords and stocking up on ammunition, we will wipe them out in one swoop. Until then, we need to remain cool-headed. We still have to tackle the current stage in front of us. So everyone, take a break today. Stop overthinking. I disbanded the party. I shepherded the lingering youngsters to their respective lodgings. Go eat, wash up, and get some sleep, as I returned to the mansion and trudged up the stairs leading to my room. Phew! All the bravado had been just for show. How will we manage the upcoming defense battle? We've lost Jupiter from our party. Filling the immediate gap in the main party with Lily would work, but it should be fine, right? An image of Lily clutching my pant leg, sobbing and pleading not to be taken out, was clear in my mind, but let's move past that for now. The real issue was the difference in combat power. Lily is a good mage, but she's not a powerful area dealer like Jupiter. Lily's skills were more effective against single entities rather than dealing mass damage. Above all, the issue was the efficiency of her MP. The number of common monsters she could knock out with a single magic attack was significantly different from that of Jupiter. There was a reason why Jupiter, the wide-ranging magician, was favored up until the later stages of the third year. The Gargoyle Legion has high physical defense and low magic defense. Their defensive situation is similar to those living armor creeps. Without Jupiter, I'll be in a situation where I have to fight without my main firepower. What should I? While puzzling over this, I climbed up to the second floor of the mansion. "My lord!" Ader burst out. This is bad. Really bad." I dodged the charging Ader and swiftly lifted my leg. Collision averted. Whoa! Stumbling, Ader unceremoniously rolled down the corridor. I kicked the groaning guy, sprawled out haphazardly, in his butt. "Hey, Director, you've been pretty scarce lately. What have you been up to? Are you doing your job properly?" "Yes, of course. Just leave the city administration to me." "But that's not the main issue. What could be more important to you than city administration?" "I'm saying that something much more serious has happened. It might be the worst event of this stage." Well, I snorted. What could be more serious than our main party mage being injured? But his next words even widened my eyes. "The prisoners have escaped." This was news to me. Prisoners. I blinked in confusion before finally asking, "Who are these prisoners?" After hearing Ader's report, I massaged my temples, feeling a headache coming on. So, after repeatedly requesting reinforcements from the capital. Yes. Instead of sending reinforcements, they sent 5 convicts sentenced to death. That's exactly it. And these 5 extremely vicious criminals, former soldiers of the Empire, all sentenced to death, managed to overturn the carriage they were imprisoned in while being transported to Crossroad, and they all escaped. I glanced at the glass window leading outside the mansion. It was already getting dark. And this happened around noon today, and up until now they've not been captured. Is this what you're saying? That's exactly right, my lord. You're a summary genius. Is now the time for summaries, you damned fool. I grabbed Ader by the scruff of his neck and shook him violently. Ader let out a deflated balloon-like sound. Ooh. Why did they send convicts instead of reinforcements from the capital? Why did the escort party let them escape midway? Why couldn't you prevent this from happening? You're supposed to be a director. I have no power in this world. I cannot foresee the future. Is incompetence your passive skill, you fool? Then start by helping where you can. Do you know anything else about this matter? The convict delivery event. This was a situation I had never encountered before. Would Ader have any information for me? I do not know how things in the capital led to this. I do not know the cause. As my gaze turned icy, Ader quickly added, But I can give you information on the 5 convicts. I have already entered their profiles into the system. Please check. You should have started with that. I opened the system window and started searching for the convicts' profiles. Let's see. And Ader then lowered his voice. Although they are convicts, they were still sent as reinforcements from the capital. Catching my glance, Ader seemed to grin slyly. If you can manage them well, who knows? They might become actual reinforcements. While looking for new talent to recruit, I had definitely said, it didn't matter if they weren't human. As long as they were good at killing monsters, I would be willing to recruit even ghosts, demons, or zombies. But convicts? Aren't they much better than ghost demons or zombies? This thought solidified as I checked the profiles of the 5 convicts. Capture them. After quickly scanning the profiles, I told Ader with a grim face. Whatever it takes, we're recruiting these bastards. Even though they're notorious criminals from the Empire? Better Empire criminals than enemy soldiers, and better communicating criminals than monsters who can't talk. Better than the gargoyle monsters that would attack in a few days. Better than the white-masked enemies who ambushed us from under the lake. At least these guys are negotiable. What's more, they're good. Their abilities. And plenty of them. So, incompetent director, you do have an idea where these guys fled to, don't you? As I glared at him, Ader nervously scratched the back of his head. I have sent scouting parties in all directions since noon, and I received a report just before your return. Where are they? They're in the mountains north of the city. It's not far, but a bit remote. There's no need to delay. Guide me there immediately. Straightening my clothes, I broke into a grin. Let's have a meeting of sorts, all of us driven out of the capital. Chapter 77. To the north of Crossroad, there lay undeveloped mountainous areas. In the lands north of the front line, all places suitable for farming were already fully developed. Though not as fertile as the land south of the front line, every inch of soil had to be put to use for survival. That it remained undeveloped meant, sort of, rugged, this mountain. The terrain was treacherous. Naturally, the footpath was not well established. It was just a raw mountain trail. Having lived a life far removed from refreshing hobbies like hiking, climbing even a bit of the mountain soon had me panting hard. It was killing me. Are you okay, my lord? Shall I carry you to our destination? Oh, really? Can you? I was about to hop onto Lucas' back, when... Phew. I could feel the sharp stare from Evangeline behind me. What is it, Junior? That look. No, nothing really. After claiming it was nothing, she immediately began speaking. Just, I was thinking, how lucky you are, having your own personal vehicle. While your subordinates are sweating buckets climbing up, you get to comfortably ride up on your knight's back. Truly befitting of royalty. I glanced behind me. I could see dozens of soldiers following us up the mountain. At first, I said I would go alone, but Lucas had insisted on coming, vehemently opposing my decision. So, I decided to bring Lucas along, but then Evangeline somehow heard about our trip and insisted on joining. And so, intending to just bring the two, it was a repetitive result. I deliberately didn't bring Damien. He had been overexerting himself, and there might be a situation where we would have to fire upon people. Anyway, everyone was struggling with the sudden hiking trip, and Evangeline was taking issue with me trying to make it easy on myself. All right, let's do this. I raised my index finger at Evangeline, who was about to nag some more. I'll carry you. What? Evangeline's eyes widened. You're going to carry me? That's right, and Lucas will carry me. At my absurdly serious suggestion, both Evangeline and Lucas looked horrified. I crossed my arms and chuckled. I can take care of my subordinate and make things easier for me. 2 birds with 1 stone. Wait a minute. But that means Lucas will have a really hard time. No. Carrying 2 people is not feasible in the first place. While engaging in this absurd banter as we climbed the mountain trail, one officer following us bowed his head deeply to me. I am ashamed, Your Majesty, due to our negligence. I glanced at the man. This officer was the leader of the prisoner escort squad. He had met with an accident while transferring 5 convicts to Crossroad. No. Thanks to you, I'm getting some unexpected exercise, right? On my back. Your Highness, I'm truly sorry. Please bestow mercy upon me. At my growl, the officer was almost on the verge of collapsing on the floor. Hey, it's a joke. A joke. Can't you take a joke? Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? Evangeline gave a shrug at my confusion. You have quite a reputation from the capital, Ash. All right, the Ash before I inhabited him was no joke in the capital. These officers and the escort party must have come down from the capital as well. They must have thought I was that barbaric and mad Prince Ash. No wonder they are terrified. So, the escaped convicts ran straight to these mountains, correct? Yes, Your Highness. As you can see, their tracks lead into these mountains. On the treacherous mountain trail, there were sporadic footprints of those who had come before us. There were also signs that something heavy had been dragged along. Why would they choose to go through such rough terrain? Evangeline, a local of the area, answered my query. The northern mountainous region of Crossroad is home to bandits. They have been a nuisance for quite some time. Bandits? Yes, they attack merchants and war refugees. They're villains. Evangeline picked up something discarded by the side of the road. It was a broken spear. It seems that bandits also reside in this mountain. I took a careful look around. Indeed, broken weapons and wool parts were scattered here and there, signs that people had been through this place. Lucas, who had picked up a knife buried in the dirt, furrowed his brow. Do you think the escaped convicts came here because they have a connection with the bandits? Well, if their goal after the jailbreak was to become bandit kings, it seems like a not too bad a fresh start. There are too many things that don't make sense. 5 former military convicts, escorted from the capital, escape simultaneously from the transport carriage. Then they precisely choose to run away to the mountains where bandits reside. Something feels off. I took another look at the captain of the escort party. There are no lies in your report, right? No, Your Highness. How could I dare to lie to you? The captain of the escort party immediately denied it. We'll soon find out about that. About 10 minutes of mountain climbing later, Lucas, who was leading, caught sight of something. I see something, my lord. Let's take a look. Following Lucas up to the ridge, I saw it too. It was a mountain fortress. A fortified base of the bandit scum, surrounded by stakes. The fortress built on a flat terrain halfway up the mountain was surprisingly large. It looked like it could accommodate at least 30 people. We might encounter enemies. Schwing. Lucas drew his long sword from his waist and signaled to me. I'll go check it out first. Just confirm. Don't overdo it. I'll go too. Evangeline followed Lucas. She didn't draw her spear. Instead, she equipped a shield on her left arm. The 2 knights took the lead, and I slowly followed with the remaining soldiers. As we approached the bandit hideout, I worried we might face a shower of arrows, but somehow, there was no sign of life at the hideout. However, the closer we got, the stronger a certain smell wafted in the air. It was the scent of blood. There's the smell of blood. I nodded my head as I heard Lucas whispering from the front. Was there a massacre inside? Lucas, standing right next to the palisade surrounding the hideout, gripped his sword. Evangeline tightened her grip on her shield. We are storming in. 3, 2, 1. Bam dash. Lucas breached the hideout's main gate with his shoulder and stepped inside. Evangeline and the soldiers stormed in behind him. I leisurely walked in after them. The inside of the hideout was a mess. Bodies that appeared to be bandits were scattered everywhere, and the whole place was chaotic with blood and broken weapons. There were bandits. Now there weren't. As I examined the blood-stained hideout with a slightly disgusted look, I heard Lucas' voice from afar. My lord, we have a survivor here. As I hurried over, I saw a boy in his late teens trembling with a pale, terrified face. Calm down, little bandit. We are royal troops. I crouched down in front of the shivering boy that Lucas had captured, and spoke in a warm voice. Of course, depending on your crime, we can either execute you or feed you, but you won't die here. The trembling young bandit blurted out in desperation. We didn't do anything wrong. We just hijacked a carriage coming from the capital. You hijacked a carriage?
Yes.
It looked expensive, so naturally we thought the contents would be too. We thought we could sell both the contents and the carriage for money. I clucked my tongue. And when you opened the hijacked carriage, there were no treasures, only prisoners. And those prisoners ended up beating you all. That's the situation, right? The young bandit frantically nodded his head. I quickly turned to look at the escort troops captain. Escort captain, didn't you claim the prisoners escaped on their own? But according to this boy, it sounds like the escort carriage was simply hijacked by bandits. That is. I see. You're supposed to be a prisoner escort from the capital, but you'd lose face if you admit you were robbed by mere peripheral bandits. I'm sorry. I never meant to lie. I growled ominously. But, captain of the escort, I can forgive the error of letting the prisoner be stolen by the bandits, but I cannot forgive being lied to. Your Majesty. I've committed a sin worthy of death. I forgive mistakes but not intentions. Be aware there will be a fitting penalty. The escort captain trembled and fell to the ground. Why would he lie when it could easily be found out? Did he think I wouldn't personally inspect the situation and just believe the reports? That could have been his thinking. Anyway, now the whole picture is becoming clear. The escort squad was attacked by bandits while transporting 5 condemned prisoners in a carriage to Crossroad. The bandits hijacked the carriage, brought it to their hideout, opened it, and were then caught off guard and overpowered by the prisoners inside. The escort squad falsified their report, saying the prisoners had escaped on their own, and now that their lie has been found out, they're going to get an earful from me. The situation is explained, but... So where are these 5 condemned prisoners now? Senior. Then I heard Evangeline's voice from deep within the hideout. Over here. Hurry. I got up and headed in her direction. Evangeline stood in the hideout, a puzzled look on her face, pointing to the middle of the yard. Look. I was surprised and my eyes widened when I looked at the scene. In the middle of the ravaged hideout, 5 people, dressed in the black uniforms of the ever-black empire, were seated. No, they were seated, but clink, clank. They had tied themselves up with chains, blindfolded, and gagged. They knelt there. Everyone who came into the courtyard was dumbfounded at the sight. Welcome, Your Highness, and citizens of Crossroad. One of the prisoners, a man seated in the middle, slowly opened his mouth. The 5 of us, the condemned prisoners, have been waiting for you. He was the only prisoner not blindfolded or gagged, but he was tied up in chains just the same. Did he tie himself up? Why? When an opportunity to escape had finally come, why did they not run away but instead tie themselves up and wait for us? We have no intention of escaping or fleeing, not even a tiny bit. We wish for our execution to be carried out promptly and for a report to be sent to the higher-ups as quickly as possible. The man slowly lifted his head. Under the hood of his worn-out, charred imperial uniform, bright green hair flowed down. I was surprised and slightly opened my mouth. In this game, there is only one race with that hair color. An elf? Please, everyone. The elf man bent his head down again and repeated his request. Please execute us as soon as possible. If not, you may cut our throats right here. The other prisoners also bowed their heads deeply. They kept uttering words I couldn't comprehend. Please, kill us swiftly. No, what do you mean, kill? I shouted internally. I've reserved you for my sub-party. You can't. Chapter 78. First off, I made sure to dismiss the surrounding soldiers. Unwanted conversations could be counterproductive. Lucas and Evangeline were the only ones left in my company. I found myself sitting face to face with the 5 convicts. Let's start with verifying your identities. I pulled out some documents and locked eyes with the representative of the prisoners. Your name is Godhand? Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. The man who was the prisoner's representative, Godhand, nodded his head. Between his messy light green hair, his eyes were a deep brown. I wasn't able to clearly see his ears, but there was no doubt about it. He was a genuine elf. The same went for the other four. They tried hard to hide it, but upon closer inspection, it was evident. All 5 of them were elves. Your affiliation? We are part of the Aegis Special Forces Team 8. At the mention of the Aegis Special Forces, Lucas and Evangeline showed signs of surprise, and understandably so. The dark wing of the Empire that took care of all its dirty work. A direct affiliate of the royal family, tasked with black ops. The shadow of the royal family, the Emperor's hunting dogs, that's the Aegis Special Forces. I narrowed my eyes at Godhand. The name Godhand doesn't seem like your real name. Members of the Special Forces don't have real names. Our code names are our identities. I see then, Godhand. Yes. Throughout the conversation, Godhand had been responding calmly, but he fell silent at my next question. I heard you committed acts of treason. Is that true? The silence only lasted a few seconds, but it felt oppressive. After a while, Godhand bowed his head deeply. Yes. Do you admit to all the charges? With all due respect, Your Highness. Godhand lowered his gaze and said softly, we were turned over to a military court in the capital 3 months ago, and our verdict has already been decided, as well as our punishment. I don't understand why you're asking. You can just execute us promptly. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Isn't it? I grumbled inwardly. I need to find a way to incorporate them into my command. I licked my lips lightly. Shall we poke the hornet's nest a bit? There are a few things I'm curious about. Since you're about to die anyway, why not answer a few questions for a curious prince? I believe I have that much authority. I'll take that as a yes and proceed with my questions. Godhand's eyes widened in surprise at my next question. Your team was last deployed in the Bringer Kingdom, right? How did you know? You'll get in trouble if you think I don't have eyes on the outside just because I'm stuck in the southern outskirts. Godhand. In reality, I didn't have any eyes on the outside. I simply read their biographies written in their character profiles in the system. I guess due to their affiliation with the Darkwing, there isn't much information on their character profiles. It was only public information. When and where he had been dispatched when he received his death sentence, that was all. But even with just that, one could see the big picture. Furthermore, I knew he was an elf, which added more context. Your team was dispatched to the Bringer Kingdom a year ago, and our Empire's ambassador to Bringer was assassinated 9 months ago. Since the diplomatic situations between neighboring countries and the Empire affect the game, naturally, having reset the game 742 times, I knew all the events perfectly well. Afterwards, the diplomatic relationship between the two countries worsened until, eventually, a war broke out half a year ago, still ongoing. Facing Godhand, who had sealed his lips, I continued to press. The Special Forces of Aegis specialize in infiltrating the enemy's rear, sabotage, and targeted assassinations. Is that right? From now on, silence will be taken as an affirmative. Anyway, I formed a hypothesis. I chuckled quietly, forming a circle with my fingers. Our empire wanted to swallow the Bringer Kingdom whole, but lacked a proper excuse to start a war. But what if an envoy from our side gets assassinated within the kingdom? This could be blamed on the kingdom. It would provide a perfect pretext for war. By now, Godhand was no longer looking down. He was glaring into my eyes. Send an envoy, assassinate them with our special forces. Pin the blame on the kingdom and start a war. Quite a plausible hypothesis, don't you think? Your speculations are excessive. 3 months ago, your team completed the mission and returned to the Empire, only to be immediately arrested and, without any evidence, sentenced to death for treason. I shrugged with a smirk. Getting rid of the execution team to silence them. Quite a dark strategy, isn't it? Your Highness. Godhand let out a faint sigh. It was the first emotional expression he showed today. Your speculations are harsh, and even if everything you've said so far is correct, then why would we willingly accept death? I frowned. God Hand continued speaking. If what you're saying is true, then we completed our mission and were unjustly punished. Why would we quietly await death? We should either testify or flee, because they have hostages. At my answer, God Hand closed his mouth. I continued with a thin smile. All of your kin are being held captive and forced into slavery. If you complete your mission and accept death, there must be some benefit for your kin. Isn't there? God Hand bit his lower lip. It seemed I was correct. In this world, the other races like elves and dwarves all belong to the slave class. A century ago, all non-human nations fell in the war against humans, and the survivors became slaves to mankind. The Ever-Black Empire, which led humanity to victory in this racial war, seized the power of the continent. And so the story goes. Regardless, the number of elves left was scant, and they were trapped within the Elf Autonomous Zone, living in abysmal conditions. And these elves were working in the special operations of the Empire. Furthermore, they were calmly awaiting their execution, all 5 of them. The answer was obvious. The lives of their brethren were being held as leverage. The Elf Queen, who appears after 3 years, is also manipulated for similar reasons. In any case, this is one of the most common ways the Empire exploited the non-human races, holding the lives of their kind hostage, forcing them to sacrifice themselves. In this game, it was practically a glitch. Sacrificing for the sake of your brethren. How noble. A truly selfless spirit. I sneered, although quite foolish as well. Even if, with the utmost generosity, all of your highness speculation turns out to be correct. God Hand sighed yet again. So what changes, your highness? We've received a death sentence. You must have received the same decree. God Hand spoke wearily. I fail to understand why you say these things to condemned men about to flee the gallows. Are you mocking us? Or is this merely another amusement for the royal family? I smirked, leaning towards God Hand. Don't you see, God Hand? The decree I received reads carry out the execution, but there's no specification as to how I should take your lives. What do you mean? There's no mention of whether to hang you, behead you, burn you at the stake, or cut you into 5 pieces. Therefore, I can take your lives as I please. I gestured towards the south. Besides, we are at the monster front line. This is a place where calamitous beasts march upon us almost daily. I assign you a terribly difficult task, and you disappear while carrying it out. I report to the superiors that the execution was carried out. It's a possible scenario. I do have that amount of discretion. The monster front line is a southern border of the Ever-Black Empire. It's one of the many borderlines within the Empire. The commander in charge of this area has full control over life and death. Well, that's the case in name only. I don't have as much power as the other commanders. But the mere fact they sent me 5 usable condemned men after I requested reinforcements means they're basically saying, do as you wish. I chose to interpret it in my own way. Before that, I want to ask, do you want to live? I asked, looking into God Hand's trembling eyes. If no harm will come to your kin, do you still have the will to prolong your pathetic lives? What good will come from our survival? Anything at all. As long as you're alive, you can accomplish anything, eventually. God Hand, whose lips had been trembling, growled, biting down hard. Do not give us false hope, your highness. You may whip us, cut us with your sword, chop off our limbs, or feed our necks to the dogs. It doesn't matter. Dispose of us however you please. But, God Hand shook his head slightly. Just don't give us hope. Hope hurts us more than anything else. There are those who have grown accustomed to living in despair, having expectations, dreaming of the future, only to be betrayed. Giving up means at least they won't be hurt.
Dont mise understand.
I never intended to offer you such dazzling things. But I didn't plan on offering them hope in the first place. It isn't something I could give them anyway. I merely wish to offer you a chance not to end your lives. Why? Only now, God Hand asked me the reason. Why do you wish to keep us alive? Don't ask the obvious. It's because I need you here. I responded candidly. Let me make it clear. I plan to keep you alive because I need you. Awkward as it may be, it's right to explain the real reason why they're needed. The monster front lines are chronically understaffed. We're desperate for talented warriors. If you help me, it will be easier to defend this place. The monster invasions are getting worse day by day. If this place falls, the autonomous region where your kin live will also be at risk. The elf autonomous region is quite far from here, but it is firmly located in the southern part of the continent. If the monster front falls, it is inevitable that they will not be safe. Defending this place is, after all, a matter of protecting their kin. Well, I've spoken at length, but the choice is yours. I crossed my arms and leaned back. To live or to die? As always, that is the question. However, I have a request. Not only prolong your lives, but also help protect your kin. After a moment of silence, Your Highness, God Hand spoke up. It is as Your Highness has said. We received a special duty. If the 5 of us complete our mission and are quietly disposed of, our tribe will receive enough food to survive for a year. Essentially, they were sacrificial offerings, and they had accepted that fate. We certainly don't yearn for death either, but our race's predicament is so dire that we'd willingly sacrifice our lives. Desperate enough to court death. God Hand slowly looked over his 4 subordinates, bound and kneeling behind him. I dare say, Your Highness, if you will not take responsibility for us, just kill us here and now. But if you decide to take us in, please be responsible till the end. I will take responsibility until the end. I placed a hand over my chest and vowed. I swear upon the blood and name of Ashborn Hader Everblack, the 3rd Prince of the Everblack Empire. The 8th team of the Aegis Special Forces, as of now, pledges its loyalty to His Highness, Prince Ash. Cling. With a sound of rending metal, the chains binding God Hand fell away. He had bound himself even though he could have escaped at any time. As God Hand waved his hand, the chains binding his 4 subordinates were severed too. The 4 subordinates slowly removed their gags and blindfolds. We are merely 1 arrow, 1 bullet, 1 gust of wind. God Hand came forward and slowly knelt on 1 knee in front of me. His 4 subordinates also knelt one by one behind him. The 5 Special Forces members bowed their heads to me in unison. Please use us freely and discard us without mercy. I will never discard you and will treasure you until the end. I smirked. Finally, I have secured a decent sub-party. Chapter 79. The Aegis Special Task Force Team 8. Its 5 members were as follows. Sub-Party 1, May 5th.
LV.35 Godan, SR. LV.29 Bodybak, R. LV.28 Oldgirl, R.
LV.25 Skull, N.
LV.22 Burnout, SR.
Interesting code names. Having checked everyone's name, I gave a brief remark. Can you tell me your real names?
I'm sorry, sir.
God Hand bowed his head. We're sufficient as nameless chess pieces. We've forgotten our real names. Well, fine. After all, it wasn't your names but your abilities that made me take you under my wing. Manipulating the system window, I checked the stats of the 5 and smirked. Shall we see what your team can do? Willingly. We are completely at your disposal, sir. Well, I didn't need the complete disposal. First off, the team leader, God Hand. I am a metallurgist. More precisely, a ferromancer. God Hand picked up a chain that had been lying on the ground. If it contains iron, I can refine any metal into the shape I desire. Ho! The chain disintegrated into iron dust and in the next moment transformed into thin strands of wire, which then twisted together into a spear. God Hand, who had lightly swung the spear in his hand, carefully set it down on the ground. Before long, the spear had transformed back into a chain. Depending on the enemy we encounter, I can create different weapons. Indeed. I nodded. You would supply metal on the spot and provide it as weapons to your team members? Exactly. They were essentially special agents. Activity in enemy territory was basic. The ability of God Hand to create weapons even when going in unarmed would have been extremely useful in this respect. God Hand then pointed out his subordinates. Ill introduced the abilities of my team members. The Aegis Special Forces teammate, having removed their hoods, were all elves with green hair, brown eyes, and long ears. And they all looked young. Even these kids had to risk their lives for the survival of the entire race, indicating the dire situation of the elves. Body Bag is a telekinetic. She can freely lift heavy objects, even able to lift all 5 of us into the air and transport us. She can also throw weapons that I've refined all at once. A female elf, still chubby-cheeked, named Body Bag, politely bowed to me. A telekinetic. That's extremely versatile. The remaining 3 are all archers. However, even among archers, each has their area of expertise. God Hand introduced the remaining 3 in turn. Old Girl specializes in close-quarters shooting. She uses a double crossbow and is a specialist in combat. She also has a lot of experience hunting monsters. I wasn't sure why Old was part of the codename, but she appeared to be the most hardened agent among them at first glance. Old Girl waved at me with a shy smile. I found myself instinctively waving back, then snapped out of it. What the hell? Skull is a long-range sniper. She uses a longbow. She has the skill to suppress noise, making her unparalleled in covert operations among us. Skull, the only N-class character among the 5, bowed her head nonchalantly. A deep scar marked the youthful boyish face, suggesting a history of many battles. And Burnout is God Hand, introducing the final agent, paused momentarily. Our team's main firepower. She uses a customized stationary ballista. She hasn't fully controlled her abilities yet, but with more experience, she can be of great help to you. The last agent, Burnout. While all other team members had removed their masks, this girl still wore hers. Her lime green hair ends were singed black, and her brown eyes flickered with red flames. Having reviewed this child's abilities via the system window, I swallowed nervously. If this girl matures properly. Also, please take this. God Hand pulled something out and handed it to me. This is our collar, a pledge of loyalty. When I looked at it, it seemed to be a tiny switch. What is this? It's the activation button for a bomb collar. God Hand showed me his neck. There was a collar that looked as if it was made by melting and hardening iron. The red gem embedded in the collar shone threateningly. Upon closer inspection, all 5 of them were wearing these collars. It's a device to self-destruct remotely in case of capture by the enemy. This should give you more trust in us. No, I already trust you. You might, Your Majesty. God Hand gestured behind me, but others might not. When I turned around, it was indeed as he said. Lucas and Evangeline showed clear signs of being wary of the new sub-party members. Anyway, I have a rough idea of your abilities now. I felt it would be rude not to accept their pledge of loyalty, so I took the bomb switch. I won't use it, anyway. But it seems you've been mainly involved in person-to-person combat up to now. The main enemy here at the monster frontline is monsters. Do you kill monsters well? I regret to inform you, Your Majesty. God Hand grinned faintly for the first time that day. We are the monsters. Wheels that throw away morality and ethics to serve the nation. That's the Aegis Special Forces. And among them, Team 8, who willingly became scapegoats for their kin. It had been a while since they had strayed from the path of humanity. And yet, we haven't encountered a monster stronger than us. That's something we'll need to prove. Slowly, I got up. We will have to hunt monsters soon, after all. The Special Forces team of 5 rose in unison. With a faint smile, I gestured towards Crossroad. Let's go. We should at least eat something. Right after our return to Crossroad. The sub-party were all accommodated in the spare rooms of the Crossroad mansion, with only Lucas and Evangeline entering the reception room with me. It was for a meeting to plan our future. Those people are criminals, my lord. As soon as the door closed, Lucas raised his stern voice. And not just any criminals. They're traitors who plotted a rebellion. Well, that's true. Treason was the most common reason for capital punishment in the Empire. It was the best charge to be thrown on someone in a broad sense. Do you really plan to employ them? We don't know when they might betray us. But the switch to the bomb collar is with me. I kept it carefully in the inventory, worried I might accidentally trigger it. Lucas, you must have felt it too during this free exploration. We're gradually becoming overpowered with just us. Recalling the free exploration, Lucas kept his mouth tightly shut, unable to refute. The white-masked NPCs, the Nightcrawler squad, we almost fell helplessly to them. As we delve deeper into the dungeon, unexpected threats appear. We need to reinforce our power as soon as possible. It's not just about free exploration, but also the imminent defense stage in front of us. Now that Jupiter, who was our core power, has left due to injury, we should utilize convicts or anything we can get our hands on. What do you think, Evangeline? When I asked, Evangeline hummed, touching her chin before opening her mouth slowly. I think the Aegis Special Forces team is reliable, but employing elves is certainly a risk. Is the problem because it's an elf? Are there people among the Empire who like elves, or rather other races? It could negatively affect your reputation as a lord. Humans and other races had been fighting for generations, and it was only 100 years ago that the race war ended. The hatred and conflicts imprinted on the people of this world run much deeper than I thought. Do you hate elves too? If I have to choose, I don't have any particular feelings. I neither like nor dislike them. Shrugging her shoulders, Evangeline glanced outside the reception room. Regardless, it doesn't seem to work. Doesn't seem to work? Offering themselves to death to save their entire race. It's a heart-wrenching story. Evangeline nodded in my direction. If you're asking me to pick a side, I'm in favor. No matter who they're affiliated with or what species they are. As long as they help fend off the monsters, that's enough, isn't it? I nodded in response and turned to Lucas. All right, Lucas, let's do it this way. Yes, my lord. For the immediate success of this defense mission, and to break through those in white masks during the next free exploration. For now, let's employ these 5 friends just until then. And if these friends turn out to be not so great in real combat, we can consider another method like you suggested. What do you think? Lucas silently nodded his approval. In the first place, it's not my place to question the decisions you make, my lord. I merely follow your will. You say that, but don't you often disagree with me? But every organization needs a break. There's validity in opposing opinions too. There are reasons both for and against using the 5 of them, and it's a fact that there's no particular reason to trust them completely. One thing's certain, we need their power immediately. In the impending defense battle, the new subparty will prove to be useful. One way or another, they've presented an interesting game. I pulled out and read the official document I received from the capital again. They sent convicts when I asked for reinforcements, all of them from different species, and they belong to the Aegis Special Forces. I wonder what they intended by sending them. I carefully looked at the name signed at the end of the document. Prince Fernandez Emberkeeper Everblack, the second in line to the throne. The elder brother of my character, Ash, and the Imperial Regent responsible for domestic affairs. A character that never appeared in the game. I folded the document neatly and tucked it away, pressing my lips together. I must be careful. Tactics for the true ending. Not only monsters, but also the will of humans from various places have started to intervene. The road ahead is fraught with danger. Overcoming these challenges is part of the fun of strategizing. I wish I could clear this a bit more easily. That night, the convict transport troop, terrified by me, was driven out of the city. The captain of the transport troop pleaded to confirm the execution, but I kicked them out immediately, saying that I couldn't allow anyone who had lied to the imperial family to stay in the city any longer. Get out. The Aegis Special Forces teammate continued to stay at the mansion. Officially, they were the most important prisoners and were confined in the mansion's prison, or so it was arranged. Where should I place them later? Of course, since I am the commander of the front line here, as well as the lord of the city, I can keep them close in a pretend ignorance kind of way. But the issue is clear. Where should they stay from now on, and how should I summon them? As I was contemplating this, I stood in front of the room where Aegis Special Forces teammate was staying. I knocked and pushed the door open. It's me. I'm coming in. And when I slightly opened the door, bed? Bed. It's a bed. How long has it been since we had a proper place to sleep? So soft. It's soft. It's super soft. Members of the Special Task Force were visible, frolicking and jumping on the bed. I froze. The food was good too. It was delicious. It was delicious. I can't remember the last time we had a proper meal. I want to eat more. Do they serve snacks? As they babbled on, they soon began a pillow fight, laughing heartily. I watched them, my face void of expression. What on earth is happening here? Ha! One of the task force members noticed my presence. Your Highness? What? In the next moment, all 5 of them rolled out of the bed with a clatter, and in no time, they were kneeling on one knee in front of me. You have arrived, Your Highness. Godhand spat out with a voice full of strain. But it's too late to act now, isn't it? It's too late to act serious now, you know? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Godhand responded in a dry voice. Yet, there were feathers from the pillows stuck in his hair. We are the Aegis Special Forces. We're emotionless killing machines. No, that's enough. I shook the thing I was holding in my hand. It was the remaining food from the kitchen that I had warmed up. Do you want to eat a midnight snack or not? The eyes of the little ones, wearing the mask of the Special Task Force, shone like wild animals. Chapter 80. A moment later, the Special Forces agents were neatly seated on the floor of the room. They ate their late-night meal with a precise, rigid movement. They used a knife-like action to pick up their food with a fork, opened their mouths like robots, popped a bite in, chewed precisely 10 times and swallowed. All 5 of them, as if performing synchronized swimming, repeated the same actions simultaneously. Watching this spectacle was making me feel nauseous, even though I hadn't even touched my late-night meal. Hey, dech. I finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. Just stop being so stiff. Eat comfortably. What do you mean, Your Highness? Godhand, who had been sitting on his knees, laid down his fork with a perfectly perpendicular movement and smiled mechanically. We're perfectly comfortable right now. No, I'm telling you, I'm not comfortable. If you're all being so rigid, it makes me uncomfortable. Can't you at least move in a more organic way? Stop with the right angle eating. It's making my joints freeze just watching you. Finally, the late-night mealtime was over. The 5 Special Forces agents, with clean mouths, were sitting neatly in front of me. We will treasure the grace, similar to a heavenly command, bestowed upon us by Your Highness in the depths of our hearts. As Godhand bowed his waist in gratitude, the other 4 followed suit. I touched my aching forehead. No, it's not some heavenly command or anything. It's just a late-night meal. You, Your Highness, have personally bestowed kindness upon us who were starving. If that's not a grace like a heavenly command, then what is? Just stop it, please. Originally, I planned to make them relax by feeding them and then ask them some questions, but seeing their defensive attitudes, getting an honest answer seemed unlikely. It wouldn't be that easy for them to open up anyway. So, instead of asking what I had originally intended, I decided to start with a less direct question. When did the 5 of you become a team? It was an intended question to break the ice by asking about their stories, as they seemed relatively close to each other. However, our teammate was only formed 1.5 years ago. But, as we were all being trained as Special Forces candidates, we've known each other since childhood. A somewhat heavy answer came back. I asked nervously, Special Forces candidates? Being trained. We, the elves who lost our country and land, have only us as remaining resources. We are selling human resources in various ways. Children with combat aptitude are trained from an early age as prospective special forces. They are even deployed in minor combat. Then, according to the strategies set by the higher-ups, those with suitable skills are combined to form a team. Godhand lowered his eyes and answered slowly. For this one operation, we were trained as a team and deployed. Regardless of the success or failure, you are discarded? Yes. I clenched my mouth shut. From the perspective of a human and the Empire, this approach is highly efficient. No matter how dangerous the operation, they don't risk the precious lives of humans. The risk is low. If they succeed, that's great. If they fail, they can just discard us. It's the deeds committed by the other race, the elves, who once were the enemies of humans. There are likely various reasons to discard them. Politically, pragmatically, the risk is virtually nil and the gains are easy. How efficient is this? However, how cruel is this? The concept of using the lives of other races unabashedly as bullets. How? Who's the supreme commander of the Aegis Special Forces? I asked cautiously. Who? I wanted to know who made this cruel decision. Godhand hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Why would I hesitate to tell you now? You probably already know. You must just want me to confirm it. No, I really didn't know. The supreme commander of the Aegis Special Forces has always been the royal family's domestic policy head. Currently Godhand's eyes were briefly filled with terror as he spit out the name. The second prince, His Highness Fernandez. Fernandez, Ember Keeper Ever Black. The one who sent them to me, my brother. Upon hearing Fernandez's name, the faces of the other Special Forces members showed signs of disturbance. Caught all of it. The Special Forces members who felt no fear in sacrificing their own lives. Even they felt terror. Just what kind of person is he? Anyway, the atmosphere became too heavy, so I changed the subject. How's the room? Can you live in it? The faces of the Special Forces members instantly brightened. Some were fidgeting with their hands, glancing at the cushions and pillows rolling around behind them. They seemed impatient to touch them right away. Your Highness, we've been confined in a prison for death row inmates for the past few months, and we've been dragged here in an escort carriage for the past few days. Godhand smiled softly. This room is nothing short of a paradise. To be honest, we don't even want to step out of here. No, that's a problem. Please don't turn into a hermit. I too was a streamer living in front of the computer. Is the food okay? I tried to be considerate. While elves aren't unable to eat meat, their diet is primarily vegetarian. I asked the head chef to prepare a vegetarian-focused menu. The food I brought as a late-night snack was also made from the leftovers. After having only prison meals, indulging in this feast feels exceptional, especially considering our younger agents still need to grow and develop. Excluding Godhand, all the agents nodded in unison, agreeing with the sentiment. That's a relief. Perhaps I should keep preparing meals like this. However, I am genuinely grateful for your consideration, Your Highness. Godhand cautiously spoke in a serious tone. We merely abide, eat, and follow as given. Please, treat us more casually, as if we were objects. No, that's the thing. That's not comfortable. If I were a true prince, perhaps that would be possible. But I'm just a small citizen from 21st century Korea. How can I treat sentient beings as objects? Afterwards, we exchanged a few words about our future lives, discussing clothing and range of activities. After wrapping up the immediate living conditions conversation, I left the room. Let's continue to discuss and adjust going forward. We are truly grateful, Your Highness. May your night be peaceful. Led by Godhand, Bodybag, Skull, Burnout all respectfully bowed their heads. Only Old Girl was waving with a big smile. Before I knew it, I found myself waving back, then quickly regained my composure. What the? Boom! As soon as the door closed, a sudden exclamation echoed from inside. Is the third prince a good person? Is he really good? He seems like a good person? He saved our lives in the first place. Even if he has ulterior motives, we have to admit that he gave us a late-night snack. Late-night snack. I hope he gives us another late-night snack. Maybe I should move them to a room with better soundproofing. Leaving behind the bustling room of young ones, I walked down the hallway. My mind continued to spin with thoughts. Ultimately, I couldn't ask the question that intrigued me the most. Even if I had asked, I wasn't sure they could have given me a concrete answer. Did they really trigger the war? The war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Kingdom was a major event in the game. Starting from the ruin of the Bringer Kingdom, many large-scale events occurred. Refugees from the kingdom began to flood into Crossroad, and new high-quality mercenaries were also incorporated into Crossroad. Hostile NPC groups were also created in large numbers. Outlaws and knights who had fled from the Bringer Kingdom. If properly assimilated, they could become formidable forces in the monster frontlines here. But if things go wrong, we'll have to face not just monsters but humans in defensive battles. I might even have to wage a war against a human army if things go south. In the game, they were easily absorbed. Though the monster frontlines belonged to the Empire, they didn't have much to do with the war against the Bringer Kingdom. But now, I've accepted the Aegis Special Forces Team 8, who could be seen as the spark of that war, into my party. No one knew how this would impact anything in the future, in what direction or in what way. As I grappled with these thoughts, I turned the corner of the corridor. Ah! Lucas was hiding there, watching in my direction. An awkward silence lingered between Lucas and me for a moment. I was momentarily stumped, unsure whether to ask Lucas why he was hiding or if he wasn't uncomfortable crouching with such a large frame. Nevertheless, I couldn't just stand there, so I asked, "What are you doing, Lucas?" "I was preparing to rush in case something happened to you when you entered alone, Your Highness." Lucas cleared his throat awkwardly, avoiding my gaze. "Anyway, they are convicts suspected of treason. It seems necessary to monitor them. I think there won't be a big problem as I have their leashes on them, but there is a possibility, however remote it may be. I should keep an eye on them for Lucas' sake." I raised my voice towards the inside of the mansion.
Aidez!
"Get over here. Quick!" After a brief wait, Ader came rolling in, making a clattering sound. He seemed to have been on the second floor. Yes, my lord. How may I assist you?" I gestured towards the room where the Aegis Special Forces Team 8 was. "Monitor them in case of any emergencies, and report back immediately if anything happens." Me? Who else? You're the only one available. Should we, who are always in defense or going on free explorations, have to do it? Of course, it's not that he should guard with that frail body of his. I meant that he should use some kind of system. He had plenty of methods, didn't he? But, my lord, they're not the type to betray. I can't hear you, you'll have to suffer a bit." Leaving Ader muttering sadly, Lucas and I left the place. This should be enough. The next day. Stage 4. Start in 5 days. The start of the next stage was getting closer. It was time to step up the preparations for the defense battle. And so, at the blacksmith shop. These are the results of the equipment dismantling you requested last time. The blacksmith master respectfully handed me a box. I swallowed dryly and accepted it. "Please." I dismantled 4 SSR-grade equipment pieces even though they were broken. The chances of getting a SSR-grade magic core are high enough. Please come out, please." I prayed and checked the contents of the box. Did it come out? Rumble. Inside the box, a golden magic core was rolling around. It came out. Picking up the SSR-grade magic core, I let out a shriek of joy. Standard Special Magic Core, SSR. It might seem like a loss since we're used to get one, but where did I even get the 4 from in the first place? Now I can make that equipment. Plans for how to use the magic core quickly fell into place. With a smug grin, I promptly tucked the SSR-grade magic power gem into my inventory. They'll put you to good use. Also, the 3 magic cannons you ordered are completed. As I was cheerfully dancing with the magic power gem in my hand, the blacksmith handed over the weapons wrapped in silk. 3 magic cannons, each made with Ratman Champion magic power gems. They were finally finished.